Ladies and gentlemen, why is there no volume? That worry. Welcome your faces to... no, I've got no volume whatsoever now. Uh-oh. Can you hear me? Welcome your faces to... Oh, that's right. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, guys, just leave me a like if you can hear me, please. Can you hear me? Guys, just leave me a like if you can hear me, please. Are we live, guys? Can you hear me? Right. Hopefully that has sorted the glitch. Oh, what a night. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Essential Wrestling News YouTube channel. Welcome to the Essential Wrestling News watch party for SummerSlam Night 1. Now, in about 15 to 20 minutes, I'm just gonna let you all pile in. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I really do. I really hope you can all hear me okay. You know, I really do. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SummerSlam Night 1 watch party. God, that... You know what, guys? The gremlins are out. I've had tremendous trouble setting this up again tonight. And I just want to make sure that you can all hear me perfectly clear. I do. Guys, if you can hear me, let me know in the chat, please, because I don't know whether it's live or not. Perfectly clear. I do. Okay. So, we have volume. That's one good thing. We do have volume. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be running through the match card in about an hour or so, well, around 10:15. Come on in. You guys know what to do throughout this night. But welcome to the SummerSlam Night 1 watch party. And welcome aboard.
Much like wax poetic about my bells. You have to be impressed with what JCJ and those girls have done since they've made it to SmackDown. And now, Corey, this is hands down their biggest opportunity so far.
I think what we just saw is sort of a microcosm of this matchup. The fact that you've got the Hall of Famers, the Bella Twins, deservedly so. You've got Paige, likely a future Hall of Famer. They're worried about shilling their new T-shirts. They're worried about showing the world that. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, you've got the brand new women's tag team champions in Fatal Influence, who understand that one win does not a legacy make. They have a lot of work to do. Some would say, you can probably speak to this better than any of us, when you win a championship, that's when the work truly begins. Fatal Influence now find themselves as the targets for the first time since arriving on the main roster.
That they do, but I definitely see a hunger. When I see those three women come out, I think they're so absurdly talented. When we saw them the first month or so, them getting booed out of the building every time they were on SmackDown, I think they have a ton to prove. This is their first real big spotlight. This is SummerSlam. And for those women to have this opportunity, I think they're absolutely going to show out. I think Fatal Influence is going to demonstrate to a lot of people that they are far more talented than a lot of us even realize.
You know, just a few weeks ago, I remember bumping into them backstage at Madison Square Garden after they took gold. They always say, once you become a champion in combat sports, you're 25% better instantly. You're more confident. You carry yourself a little differently. We will see how that plays a role in the 6-woman tag team match. Ellis and Paige against JC Jane's Fatal Influence. The scene here outside US Bank Stadium is quite something. As we count down, we're just over 90 minutes away from the 2-day spectacle airing on the ESPN app at 6 p.m. Eastern. It is SummerSlam. Some of the great memorable moments through the years of the biggest party of the summer.
Oh man, you talk about my Bellas. Not a good moment there for Brie Bella, of course, against Stephanie McMahon in LA.
HBK one-on-one with Goldberg inside the Elimination Chamber, and RIP to the Hot Rod.
The absolute legend. And Roman Reigns has really made a name for himself at SummerSlam. I expect him to do that once again.
And still to come, the memorable moments when it comes to Hell in a Cell. It feels like it's an absolute guarantee that we are added to the list with Brock Lesnar and Oba Femi.
You know what, guys? That is my main match that I am looking forward to seeing tonight. It's the Oba Femi Brock Lesnar match. It really is. Ah! I'll get copyrighted. So, let's run down some. Well, just give me a minute, guys, and let me find what I am actually looking for. So, I want to talk about this particular match, which is the Brock Lesnar Oba Femi rivalry. Oh no, are we having issues again? Guys, if you can hear me, please let me know. Because I'm very worried here. Can you hear me? Guys, if you can hear me, please let me know. Right. So, I know we're working, so let's talk about the Brock Lesnar Oba Femi rivalry, shall we? Remember, Oba Femi won the 2026 King of the Ring, and instead of going after a world champion, he came after Brock Lesnar. Now, guys, as I always say in this business, anything is possible, but the Brock Lesnar Oba Femi match is so deeply personal that it's gonna possibly be the highlight of the night for me. Now, don't underestimate anybody in this match. There's nearly, well, they're both over 300 pounds. And guys, this match could quite possibly be one of the greatest. But I am also looking forward to seeing the CM Punk versus Cody Rhodes rivalry as well. We know this has been deeply personal throughout the months leading up to this. Of course, when Cody Rhodes was WWE champion, he did say to CM Punk, just say when, and obviously the time for these guys is now. So, guys, throughout the night, let me know who you want to see win each match here at SummerSlam. And guys, of course, let me know you're there in the chat as well. You know, I'm going to be here throughout the night for you guys, and I want you guys to enjoy this night just as much as me.
There are just certain guys in life that are for real. How cool is that guy? There are very few superstars who have walked through these doors or any doors in this industry spoken with as much reverence as Haku is. True fear. You can ask anybody who was around when Haku was in his prime, arguably the baddest dude in any locker room you could step foot in. To this very day, I still think a lot of people are afraid of Haku. And above all, I think the tag team division needs to pay special attention because you have the sons of Haku, Tama Tonga, and they obviously weren't getting the job done. So Daddy showed up. Daddy's here, and when Daddy is Haku, that is bad news for anybody in the way of the MFT.
He's a tone setter. That's what he is. He's a tone setter. We all know his legend. We all know his legacy. It is earned. I met this man at the start of my career more than 15 years ago, and the amount of reverence, you're right, the way he is spoken about to this day, he is that guy, and I think he is going to bring an energy to the MFTs that they desperately need.
Listen, I don't know if I can say it any better than at Ghost Mode 98 said it, but let me try.
This is it, Peter. Let's stop kidding ourselves.
That was my burner account. No, this is one of those things we love, though, right? You're watching SmackDown, all of a sudden you see the MFTs, and you get history walking through the doors, and one of the ultimate badasses ever in WWE.
And that dreaded Tongan death grip you've been hearing so much about over the last several months, well utilized by Jacob Fatu, popularized, made world famous by Haku. He is a bad man.
And we saw the results instantly in terms of the kind of edge that he brings because his sons just wiped out the tag team championship match that we were watching last night as there were bodies everywhere. So there is a hard edge drawn now with Haku. LA Knight has been a man on a mission as the megastar has arrived here to US Bank Stadium. The six-man tag team match is coming your way. The Bloodline against Royce Keys, Solo Sikoa, and LA Knight.
Yeah!
I understand that. I was lost. I left my family. But I always know that blood is thicker than death. So I'm coming home to the family. See, your family business is affecting everyone around here, and it's starting to affect me. You can't stop me, you won't stop me. The world is shrinking right now, and that's just a fucking family business tonight. That whole damn locker room got issues with the bloodline. But what you never do when somebody disrespects me, huh? I'm gonna do it. Yeah. You're so nasty. Don't make your ass terrible. Loyalty makes you terrible.
Guys, of course, if you are just joining us, welcome to the Essential Wrestling News live stream watch party for SummerSlam Night 1, baby, and OMG, we are live here all night until SummerSlam ends tonight, and then tomorrow night we will be live for night 2 as well.
Kathy Kelly here with the Bloodlines. Jimmy and Jay Uso and Jacob Fatu. Now, you guys are looking very cohesive in the matching merch, but I have to say that your opponents tonight also looking surprisingly cohesive going into your match. Solo Sikoa, Royce Keys, and LA Knight. Does that concern you at all?
Hey, you know what, Kathy? Everybody thinks that the bloodline is not on the same page. And we've been telling everybody in their mind.
And guys,
this
if
is
you
a
want to join our community, you can scan this QR code on screen right now.
You know, Jacob scares me a little bit when he's that silent. This segment is brought to you by Gear Support eDay. Pre-order and get beta early access starting August 6th. Where do you stand here on this six-man tag team match?
I agree with Kathy that I have been impressed with the cohesiveness that I've seen with Solo's group. They have put something together. But blood is always thicker than water. And while I know there have been ups and downs, certainly, and Jacob Fatu, we know that he answers to the OTC, not Jimmy and Jay. I think when push comes to shove and you see those guys together, you will see how family gels when it comes down to it.
I agree. When I saw the reformation of the bloodline, my thought was, you better assemble the Avengers. Who is going to stand against these guys? I think this is an excellent team, man. This is a Solo Sikoa. Can we spend a moment talking about Solo this last month or two? This man is his most comfortable. I love, anytime he has a mic in his hand, I am glued to my screen. But I think that also speaks to how comfortable he is. I think he better understands himself. And I think Royce Keys is also someone who has come up and has tremendous talent and has so much to prove. This is his first PLE in WWE. He is trying to show out, and let's talk about LA Knight, a man who has hit his head against that glass ceiling time and time again. A big win here tonight, I think, allows those three men to really move on to bigger things after this.
I agree with you, E, but I think it all boils down to how the bloodline works together. We've seen multiple instances recently of the Samoan werewolf Jacob Fatu flat out refusing to take orders, suggestions, even advice from Jey Uso or Big Jim Uso. I think if they can all end up on the same page tonight, I think it's going to be a rough night for LA Knight.
Jacob Fatu, he's got that off the chain. You want to rein him in.
But Roman seems to be the only one that holds the reins. I guess I just have this sneaking suspicion that tonight when the lights are on, they will figure it out as a unit. Every night, we were having this conversation on WWE Radio, Sirius XM Channel 156. LA Knight is the guy people talk about making it to the championship picture. In order for him to do that, he has to get wins like tonight. He has to get out of that bloodline vortex.
You mentioned the X factor of Jacob Fatu, but keep in mind, on the other side is Royce Keys, and they have a long-standing shared history. They have been face-to-face. They have been battling. These are guys who are trusted friends for a decade plus, but they neutralize each other. We mentioned Roman Reigns, the OTC, but tomorrow is the big one, the World Heavyweight Championship. The rivals spanning their realm from the Shield, to the Primo, the backup, and all the way on line. An epic and Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, the World Championship of SummerSlam.
Hello, my brother. We came in here, one goal in mind. We were committed to the cause. We were committed to take it. 14 years. You and I have been tied together. There is one thing that you have not been able to do. Beat me. I don't want to beat you. I made to beat you.
Guys, this is another match I cannot wait for tomorrow night.
Oh, you. WrestleMania 31, you stand on air and sent your whole family home in tears. Seth Rollins beats Roman Reigns every single time. Rollins is the Tribal Chief's #1 hater. If you do beat me at SummerSlam, you're gonna carry it for a couple of months and get hurt again?
Raymond.
Or just can't handle the pressure and the burden of the top guy around here? I'm only real superstar in the Republicans. It's his own mountain acknowledgement that they're all
Outside fabrication, and I compare it with fabrication.
You're #2, always gonna be #2. I'm #1, always gonna be #1. And just acknowledge it, bitch.
Raymond, temper.
To beat you.
Brother, I will always love you.
Little brother, I hate you. At SummerSlam, it's turning to the #1 mixtape.
Temper, Raymond.
You'll never be able to escape the ghost of Seth Rollins.
Needless to say, Roman and Seth might have more history than any other two superstars on the current roster. They go so far back. And it is fascinating, right? You hear Roman Reigns in that package saying, I'll always be #1 and you'll always be #2. Which is interesting when you think about the career of the Tribal Chief, Roman Reigns. I mean, you have to go pretty far back in WWE history to find a superstar with a resume as decorated as Roman's. And yet, the one thing missing for the Tribal Chief is a win over Seth Rollins on a stage this big where it really counts. Seth Rollins, the same guy who delivered Roman's first betrayal, first heartbreak as a WWE superstar in this business. And Seth Rollins never lets him forget it. It's gotta drive Roman Reigns crazy. And I think that is at the crux, that is at the center of why Roman Reigns has said more than once, he doesn't want this victory over Seth, he needs it.
Yeah, Jackie, there are a lot of moments that can drive him crazy. Right? WrestleMania 31, 2016 Money in the Bank, of course, 2022 Royal Rumble. This feels a little different to me, though, because so many times when you frame Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, you discuss the past and the woven history and the rivalry that spans all of those years. There's an urgency now at this point in their careers. This, to me, is far more about the now and the immediate future. I think I totally agree with you, because we also don't know how long we have with both. That's my point.
I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, they're both in great shape, but this thing does not last forever, and they've been dominant for a very long time. I'm frankly not ready to say goodbye to the rivalry that is Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns. Here's the question I have for you, E. Seth has mentioned kind of being at peace with where he is. He knows Roman's the OTC, the head of the table, and he's comfortable with that. Is it to his advantage that he's accepted that, or does it mean he's resigned to being #2?
That's the question I keep replaying in my head over and over, because I can see this being one of two different routes. One, this new, more settled version of Seth Rollins, who can look back and is proud of where he's at, and isn't always trying to be Roman. That can be an advantage in that, like, I know who I am and I'm ready to go out there and just be my very best. Or if he doesn't have that same edge, I don't know if he's not chasing Roman Reigns in that spot, can he get it done?
I'm going to paraphrase and borrow a quote from none other than CM Punk, and that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was making the world believe he did not exist. You know, but if you think for 1 second that Seth Rollins is even remotely intimidated by Roman Reigns, you are sadly mistaken. That's exactly where the architect wants you to be. Since FCWE, you were there. You and I spent time in cars with Roman, in the ring with Seth. Roman has always been the foregone conclusion. We always knew Roman was one of these days going to be the guy. And that very fact wakes Seth Rollins up in the morning. That's why Rollins gets in the gym. That's why Rollins continues to put himself and his family through the hell of being a WWE superstar, because it eats at Rollins each and every day. But in Seth's heart, Seth still looks at Roman.
Thanks for that.
Rollins is supremely confident, heading into this World
So then
Championship match.
you
If
can have
Roman makes one mistake, Seth will capitalize and leave Minnesota with gold.
Things have really escalated in recent weeks, including what we saw on Raw on July 13th with the contract signing, and now tomorrow it comes your way, the World Heavyweight Championship, Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, as we say hello to Byron Saxton. Sax?
Thank you very much, guys. This segment is presented by Cricket, so it all makes sense when I'm talking here from the Cricket fan zone. We got some passionate fans behind me. And joining us is my guest. He is all ego, Ethan Page. That's amazing for okay, that wasn't very nice. Ethan,
Hey,
a historical
Ethan,
weekend.
behave.
Sort of a two-night SummerSlam, stacked card tonight, stacked card tomorrow night. Which match are you looking forward to the most?
Well, I would have been looking forward to my own, but we all make mistakes. I guess I'm looking forward to seeing the Intercontinental Championship match. Who walks out with that championship and who will have the privilege of losing it to me?
I'm sure there are a lot of folks who would love to see Jack Gable become Intercontinental Champion here in Minnesota. But let's focus on you, your favorite topic.
Please.
Since we're making history this weekend, how do you plan to make history in your career going forward?
You're just going to skip over SummerSlam weekend already?
Maybe I shouldn't.
I think we're going to make history this weekend, guys. Because I promise you, Byron, this will be the last SummerSlam without all ego on the card. History will not repeat itself. I promise. Trust me.
Okay.
Sure we all can. Well said, Ethan. Thank you very much for your time. Let's send things back to the panel.
Thank you, Byron, very much. Still to come on this countdown to SummerSlam. CM Punk, one-on-one, working out with Big E. Oh, all access with Steve and Punk.
You're in the locker room with other athletes. Not that Cody's in the locker room. It's something that happens.
So guys, we are about an hour away now from SummerSlam starting.
All the years of SummerSlam moments. Oh, Hank Love, man, that was Cleveland, right? Going all the way back to 1992. That's my SummerSlam, baby. Wembley Stadium in 92.
Rey Mysterio. I absolutely love Rey's looks at these big shows. Unparalleled.
TLC, the Hardys, the Dudleys, WrestleMania, SummerSlam 2000.
And then, of course, John Cena, the classic spinner title back at SummerSlam 05.
American War.
So guys, for them just joining, welcome into the Essential Wrestling News watch party for SummerSlam Night 1. We are going to be here throughout the night, breaking everything down from the highs to the lows. I want to know, of course, your predictions. The weirdest thing is about tonight, I don't know what is happening on night 1 and what is not happening. So if anyone knows, please can you comment in the chat so that I have an idea as well. But ladies and gentlemen, what a wild ride it has been to SummerSlam, and oh my God, the next time I believe we have, well, a big event is War Games, if I'm not mistaken, unless you are a TNA wrestling fan, then I will be live for TNA Lockdown on the 29th, I want to say. So guys, let me know your predictions for tonight in the chat, and I will be right back. So guys, welcome back in. Thanks to a dear friend of mine, he has found the lineup for tonight, so I am going to run through them. So we have the WWE title match between Cody Rhodes and CM Punk. This is going to be really, really interesting. My money is on Punk, but I want to say Cody. I've just got that feeling. We then have the Hell in the Cell match between Brock Lesnar and Femi. Now, Brock Lesnar over Femi 3. Yes, bloody please. And what a stage to do it on. And what a match to do it in. Hell in a Cell. Now, my money is on Oba. I want to know your guys' predictions. We then have the Women's World title match. Liv Morgan versus Io Sky. There is a lot of rumours going around that Liv Morgan is meant to be pregnant, but if she was pregnant, I can't see her wrestling tonight, could you? We then have Nick Aldis versus Gunther. That's been very, very interesting throughout the rivalry. We then have the Bloodline taking on LA Knight, Solo Sikoa and Royce Keys. Come on, Bloodline. And then we have Fatal Influence taking on Paige and the Bella Twins. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to know your guys' predictions throughout the night. Remember, we are here tonight and we are back tomorrow as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, come on in, let me know you're there, and let's enjoy SummerSlam together. Don't watch it alone. Watch it with me. You know, find a way of watching it and take part in the chat tonight. So guys, who is ready for SummerSlam Night 1? I know I am, so I now want to hear from you guys.
This is where stars become highlights. Aim for a showdown in Minnesota. Eyes up. School. Welcome everybody to SummerSlam in my house.
Welcome.
Justin Jefferson's house, U.S. Bank Stadium.
An hour and 4 minutes.
But tonight, it'll be the roar of the WWE Universe echoing through U.S. Bank Stadium for SummerSlam and loaded matches. What a card we have in store for you. Thrilled that you're with us just as early through here as we count down that we're just over an hour away from the second time that we've had a two-day version of SummerSlam. This is what is coming your way in moments this Saturday night, Big E. It is over the top with action.
Look, this thing is absolutely stacked. I'm telling you, make sure that your feet are ready, because when you feel that tremor, When Brock collides with Hall of Fame, do not be surprised.
First Reigns, the thing you're most excited about on this Saturday card.
I'm with Big E. Hell in a Cell. Brock Lesnar, Hall of Fame. Two gladiators will enter the cell, and I have a feeling that only one of them is walking out.
Here, there's so much. Like when you look at that graphic, you realize how stacked this card is. But for me, it's Nick Aldis and Gunther. I just cannot wait to see Nick Aldis, now no longer GM, at least for the moment, show his decorated past. Because this is a guy who has done it on a championship, world-class level before, and now he's up against the ring general. Cannot wait for him.
The card is loaded. So is our roster of ace reporters to give you all the coverage as we work our way to 6 p.m. Eastern through the night, right through the post show on the ESPN app. We mentioned Hell in a Cell. Brock has never lost that, and with that in mind, we start with Jackie Raymond.
Well, Tess, there's Brock Lesnar, of course, and then there's Brock Lesnar inside Hell in a Cell. And we all know those are two completely different ball games. And while Obafemi might have chosen Brock Lesnar, it was the Beast incarnate that chose Hell in a Cell, and for good reason. Not only is it WWE's most unforgiving structure, it is a place where Brock Lesnar thrives. You could say it's where the Beast comes alive. You said it, Tess. Inside that cage, Brock Lesnar is undefeated. So I'll say this. If Obafemi can pull off the victory tonight, and that is a big if, we could potentially see the end of an era, the end of one big legacy, and the beginning of another. Byron, over to you.
Thank you, Jackie. When you look at the Women's World Championship match between Liv Morgan and Io Sky, you have to look at all the distractions in Liv's orbit this week. From celebrating with Raquel Rodriguez, who won the Intercontinental Championship, celebrating her own milestone of reigning over 100 days as Women's World Champion. She's got all the Dominic Mysterio, Danhausen stuff on her mind. Then on the flip side, you have Io Sky, who for over a month now has been solely focused on defeating Liv Morgan. So while this match should be pretty hard-hitting, those ancillary factors could have an impact on the psyche of the Women's World Champion. Now for talk on the undisputed WWE Championship match, let's hear from Kathy Kelly.
Yeah, thanks so much, Byron. Now, it's kind of crazy to think that just a couple of weeks ago, the undisputed WWE champion, CM Punk and Cody Rhodes, thought that they could separate their friendship from competition, but that line has clearly been blurred. There's been several missteps, whether intentional or not, and it's kind of poetic. Tonight, the 20th anniversary of CM Punk's WWE debut. Earlier on the show, he said that he is feeling the best that he's ever felt spiritually, mentally, and physically going into his match tonight. The question is, will the winner also lose a friend? Joe?
Get those answers in just a few hours, but let's focus in on how we have arrived to this. CM Punk as champion, Cody Rhodes as challenger. Remember, Sami Zayn pulled off a major upset. He was a champion for 9 days. That's it. 9 days, because on July 6th, Cody was looking to get that goal back when Gunther attacked, and that opened up the door for a late replacement in Chicago, CM Punk.
And mind you, this was the first time we saw CM Punk back since WrestleMania, but boy did he come back with a vengeance.
And then you see in Saturday's main event, the incidental contact with the title, and the physicality got worse from there, Chris.
Consider the incidental contact a flashpoint because things have only escalated in the days and weeks since. CM Punk, Cody Rhodes, one-on-one for the undisputed WWE Championship. As we saw last night on SmackDown, tempers have flared. Tensions have risen. Two of the best in the game doing battle for the richest prize on SmackDown.
Remember, that comes your way on tonight's card, the Saturday edition of SummerSlam. So we've had the chance to visit with both men, the champion Punk, the challenger Cody. What do you take away from the way they are today?
That's a really good question. Mentality-wise, I'll tell you. I mean, I know Kat just alluded to this. Punk mentioned the 20th anniversary, which is very, very cool. He seemed to have some emotion about that. But I have to tell you, he didn't seem his usual relaxed day of self. He's been walking around all day with the hood over his head. A little bit of a different mentality than the recent jovial Punk we've gotten used to.
A different mentality from CM Punk as opposed to how he was at WrestleMania, where he entered World Heavyweight Champion and did not leave the same way. I think Punk understands the assignment better tonight than he did back at WrestleMania. Punk of all people, willing to throw friendships aside, willing to set things apart. We can figure it out tomorrow. We can figure it out next week. Tonight is about one thing, the undisputed WWE Championship. Punk has it, and you're going to have to kill him to take it from him.
And I thought it was interesting when Kathy had an opportunity to sit down with Cody. I think that version of Cody was a little bit more contemplative. There was a little fire that wasn't quite there. I don't know if he's saving that for tonight. I wonder if he's starting to, if the wheels are turning. I think Cody's going to have to go to a place to beat Punk that betray their friendship and maybe for good.
Tell me, what did you make of the line when he said, "There's no one around, all these great guys at the top, best time of the industry. I don't sweat any of them except CM Punk." What did you make of that line specifically?
I think it's because I don't know to what degree this friendship has existed. I think in many ways they've traveled similar paths with leaving the company, coming back, winning championships again. I think they're still jockeying to decide who really is the guy here in WWE.
We're under an hour to go from the start of SummerSlam. Remember, we're on ESPN up until then, and then you move over to the ESPN, and we will move over into that beautiful palatial structure right next to us and head inside. The show will continue. Countdown continues inside US Bank Stadium as we say hello again to the great Michael Cole.
Thanks a lot, Jerry. You guys just had a great discussion about the Punk Cody Rhodes matchup here tonight for the undisputed WWE Championship. CM Punk, I've known the man for 20 years. He is in the best shape of his life at 47 years old. He's developed better stamina, he's developed more power, and we have to see how that is going to come into play in his match against Cody Rhodes tonight. How has Punk done it? How's he done it in the gym? How he said it under the gym? Biggie. And now.
You think you're in the best shape of your life right now? I'm definitely in the best shape I've ever been at age 47. My biggest competitor is myself from yesterday. So I just want to be 1% better every day.
We're going into SummerSlam.
Yes.
It's you, Cody Rhodes.
Yes.
Spent the last several years talking about your friendship with Cody.
Yep.
But things don't seem as friendly. Is this egos boiling over? Or is this something worse?
I hope it's not something worse. It's definitely egos. Like, it's hard to take your ego out of things when you're in a locker room with other athletes. Not that Cody's in the locker room. He's got his own bus. It's something that happens at the highest level of competition. We're very similar in the respect that we want the highest pressure situation. We want the company on our back. We want that responsibility without getting into all this weird quarterback throws the ball. You know, I've been the receiver for this place.
So guys, if you want to join our community, you can scan this QR code right now, and it will take you to our very own Facebook page. So scan it and join our community over on Facebook.
This one's for Cody. Here we go. Get out, buddy. Makes sense. Speaking of Cody.
Yeah. With SummerSlam, your SummerSlam match is over. What do you think everyone will be talking about?
It's a hard question to answer because I'm confident I'll win, but I'm also wise enough to know that it could go either way. And I don't want to be on the other side of it thinking my hubris is what got me the hell. Anybody can beat anybody one time. I think win, lose, or draw, what people are going to be talking about is they're going to have to see that again. Because I don't know if one match is going to settle anything.
So how does the new physique come into play tonight when CM Punk defends the undisputed WWE Championship against Cody Rhodes? We are going to find out
in just a few moments here at SummerSlam Saturday. We are live inside the US Bank Stadium in Minnesota, the home of the NFL's Vikings. And still to come here tonight on the Countdown Show, none other than the Chief Content Officer of WWE, the Hall of Famer, Paul Triple H Levesque, will join the show. Also to come tonight, some of the great moments in the history of Hell in a Cell. Ladies and gentlemen, 53rd time that Hell in a Cell will take part on a WWE television show. We'll take a look at some of the great highlights over the years as the Countdown Show rolls on from Minnesota.
So guys, throughout the night I'm going to be here. Ask me your questions and I will answer them the best way I can. But I also want to know your predictions throughout the night. But guys, I just want to bring your attention to a particular match that I am kind of looking forward to seeing. And that is this one on your screen right now. That is the Ring General Gunther versus the General Manager of Friday Night SmackDown, Nick Aldis. Now, if Gunther wins tonight, where does that leave Nick Aldis, and will he continue as the GM of Friday Night SmackDown? Obviously, there has to be some form of consequence throughout this for Nick Aldis. There has to be. So what consequence, if you had to give Nick Aldis, what consequence would it be and why? Let me know in the chat, guys. But of course, I know a lot of you have been very intrigued with SummerSlam just recently, and I've seen the chat online that there is a potential return, and I'm inclined to agree, but I want to know who you think might return. Guys, of course, let me know in the chat. And of course, guys, I hope you are enjoying this glorious weather that the UK is having right now. I wish you all well wherever you may be in the world. But for those just joining, welcome in to the SummerSlam Watch Party Night 1. And guys, of course, let me know you are there in the chat. We are just over, well, it's 10 past 10, so it will be on very soon, 11 PM UK time. But guys, let me know your predictions for tonight. Let me know your predictions for tonight. And who do you want to see win each match? Of course, this is your time to have your say in the chat. But I'll tell you something, guys. This is going to be a very interesting night ahead. I really do. And then we've got the Roman Reigns Seth Rollins match tomorrow night for SummerSlam Night 2. Wow. That's going to be off the scale, that one is. It really is.
Welcome back to US Bank Stadium. We are officially less than 60 minutes away from kicking off night one of
You heard it.
here
60 minutes.
Minnesota, as we check in with Kathy Kelly, who's standing by with Triple H.
What's happening?
Yeah, guys, and our Chief Content Officer of WWE, Paul Triple H Levesque. Paul, I know you have so much going on today, so I appreciate you taking the time. I know on Monday you were in the ring with Obafemi when he was locked inside by Paul Heyman and Brock Lesnar. You've been in quite a few Hell in a Cell matches, so what do you think it's going to take for either of these men to win?
I can tell you this, having been inside Hell in a Cell many times, more than I would like to have, Brock Lesnar, the last guy you want to be locked in Hell in a Cell with, maybe just as much as Obafemi you don't want to be locked in a Hell in a Cell with. This is going to be extreme. This is going to be brutal. This is going to be, I don't know, it's a word we don't use often, but violent. This is a clash. Two monsters, two giant human beings just tearing it up and doing anything to win. And Brock Lesnar is dangerous enough. You put him in his hometown inside Hell in the Cell. I don't know. It's going to be tough, but I can't wait to watch.
I mean, he's definitely got some experience over Oba, but we got to talk about the other matches because the card is absolutely stacked for SummerSlam. Is there any match tonight in particular that you think could steal the show?
And you know, it's a funny thing on these events. You start putting the best of the absolute best in there. So you look at tonight, Hell in the Cell, Obafemi, Brock Lesnar, Cody Rhodes, CM Punk, Io Sky, Liv Morgan. Tomorrow, Roman and Seth, right? Like, you have that women's ladder match, Penta, Gable, like, the amount of talent, the amount of people that can at any given moment absolutely steal the night is off the chart. This is going to be an epic 2 days. I can't wait.
People like Sami Zayn pulling out all the stops to try to get on the SummerSlam card. I mean, I feel like it's a very important 2 nights for all of the superstars. I know you have a lot to do, so thank you so much for taking the time. And let's send it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Kathy. This is what is coming your way today on SummerSlam as we have made our way inside US Bank Stadium.
So we have the 6-man tag team, the Bloodline versus Royce Team, LA Knight. So we have a 6-woman tag team match, the Women's World Championship match, Gunther versus Nick Aldis, Universe Undisputed.
Tex, thank you so much. I am in my favorite spot in Gorilla here at SummerSlam. Now, this is going to be of particular interest to a man named Nick Aldis because Nick Aldis is used to being in Gorilla, but he's sitting here watching the monitor. Not tonight. Not tonight. For the first time in WWE, Nick Aldis instead is going to walk through the curtain, come around here, and hit this stage as he prepares for his first match ever as a WWE superstar up against Gunther. It's going to be amazing. Kathy Kelly, how are you? I really did.
Cardio in, and this is a long ramp. I have to tell you, Peter, this is one of the most visually stunning SummerSlam sets that I've ever seen. 80 feet tall, 430 feet in length. Now, just for context, a football field, end zone to end zone, is about 360 feet. So this set itself, all of the screens, longer than a football field. This ramp that we're walking down, the path to glory for the superstars tonight, about 60 feet long as they either walk or run, make their way to the ring for their match. Now let's hand it over to Jackie Redmond.
I gotta tell you, Kathy, I much prefer when they run down the ramp. There's just something about that energy that I love. And I'll say this too, that right there, high above me, about 20 feet above me, has to be one of the coolest, most badass structures in all of sports and entertainment. The Hell in a Cell cage, made entirely of steel. It weighs about 14,000 pounds, and I know you're wondering, that's roughly 46 Brock Lesnar's, for those wondering at home. It's 20 feet high, 30 feet long, and there is a reason we call it WWE's most unforgiving structure. And guys, I gotta say, like, I don't have the guts to get inside of it, but I am very excited to see Brock and Oba go one-on-one tonight inside Hell in a Cell.
It is intimidating just to look up and to see it. Did you ever think we would see Nick Aldis, the SmackDown general manager, now getting ready for battle? That happens against Gunther tonight at SummerSlam.
My whole career, I pride myself for being outstanding professional. But ever since
Right, guys, I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Hello, hello.
Fix your mistake, okay? Fix my mistake. The main event for SummerSlam remains the same. It will be Cody Rhodes.
Right, I'll be back in 2, but I'll leave the earlier one for you.
It's been an honor and a privilege to be the SmackDown GM. And to go through his hands on me and everything got me in. In fact, the dream was to be a wrestler. Then I won championships.
The show will start at 11 p.m. UK time.
every man has a
It depends where you are in the world, my friend.
You are jealous of. I got it all. I'll have you join the list of very iconic matches. The first two.
You know what? The Nick Aldis Gunther match I'm really looking forward to as
I
well.
think you at SummerSlam, you go from the career killer to the man that got made beat by his boss.
Yeah.
And don't forget what Nick Aldis has accomplished in his career before he put on the suit, before he became the SmackDown general manager. As we welcome you inside US Bank Stadium, Joe Tessitore, Corey Graves, and the former WWE champion, Big E. What a magnificent setting here as we're closing in on the start of SummerSlam night number 1. All right, let's get into it. Nick Aldis against Gunther. This is not some little soft re-entry back to going inside the ropes when Aldis goes up against Gunther.
Listen, I understand why Nick Aldis is doing what he's doing. This is a man who dedicated his career, his life to this industry and made it all the way to the very, very tippy top of the mountain except for that last step, that being WWE. And Aldis tasted a great deal of success, but there's something inherent in people who willingly enter this business. You can attest to it. I can attest to it. Joe, you haven't competed, but you understand the passion. I know it takes passion. To be beaten up for a living, you have to love it. You have to be obsessed with it to a degree. And that's what that obsession has taken Nick very far in his career. Being general manager of SmackDown, nothing to turn your nose up at. But Big E, I know you and I can speak to this better than probably anyone in the stadium. To be told that you can't do it.
Right.
We want you to play a role, but you're not going to do what brought you to the dance. You don't get to step inside the ring. You don't get to lace up your boots anymore. That will drive a man absolutely mad. What I fear for, as it pertains to Nick Aldis, is who he lost his temper with. The ring general, the man who retired John Cena, who retired AJ Styles, who retired Goldberg, arguably the most complete professional wrestler in the business today, Gunther.
Look, Nick Aldis, when he got signed and hired as the GM for SmackDown, I believe it was only in his mid-30s. I always thought, as someone who had all these accolades, I always thought surely his time in the ring is not over. But to your point, to not have a bit of a match that gets you warmed up, to come right into Gunther, that is your first match after all those years being away from the ring. I think it's such a tough task. But I know how you feel about all the men with podcasts, but we saw Nick Aldis sit down with Chris Van Vliet and the emotion that poured out of this man, you can see how much it means to him to finally come back and have this match. I think he'll give it his all. I think he'll pour everything he has out in the ring tonight, but it's Gunther.
I have no doubt we'll see the best that Nick Aldis has to offer. But to your point, it's Gunther. And there's been a lot of conversation, Joe, recently of who is the most pressure actually on? Is it Aldis or is it Gunther, the former world heavyweight champion? To me, anyone thinking that Gunther's feeling any kind of pressure right now is sadly mistaken. Nick Aldis is risking his well-being, his career, his income for his family.
But this is counter to a conversation. I love your point. It's so counter to what the norm may feel, because they say, well, Gunther, boy, if he loses to a guy who's got ring rust and was in a suit, and Gunther's in the prime of his career and he's active.
Exactly. I see your point. I feel the exact opposite. Gunther cannot lose this match. We're expecting Gunther to be back at that world championship level, to be back at that caliber. I don't care how incredible all the accolades that Nick Aldis has. This man has been in a suit for years now. He cannot lose this match. I see your point. He is risking so much. He's risking his health. He cannot lose. Gunther cannot lose.
It's a fascinating conversation. We're going to get the result. Obviously, we'll be analyzing this on the post show on the ESPN app as we're closing in to night one here at this magnificent US Bank Stadium. Much more to come here on our countdown to SummerSlam right here on ESPN. Of course, the great moments through the years, many of them Hell in a Cell. We'll go through the notable top 10 moments in Hell in a Cell history. And of course, it'll be Brock and Oba here in Minnesota. The Undertaker has so much history when it comes to Hell in a Cell, and he was speaking up on Brock and Oba.
What is my prediction for Brock and Oba? That's one of those super fight things, man. That's one of those fights like, man, I want to see what's going to happen here.
Inside this ring, when someone shows you weakness, you break them.
Outside the ring, the general gives you a break on your car insurance.
Didn't I tell you to stay in the locker room?
Hey, General, can anything help take the pain out of late payments?
Tough it up. Pain is how you learn.
Well, the general gives you flexible payment options to help keep you covered.
But in this ring, it's about pain, dominance, punishment.
Don't worry, Rhea. I'll take it from here. For a great low rate, go with the general.
I am here, guys. I'm just doing something. Right. So, with SummerSlam Night 1 almost here, I want you guys to do me one simple favour. Put a big hell yes in the chat if you are ready for SummerSlam. And of course, guys, you know the routine by now. You've got to find your own way of watching SummerSlam, but you are more than welcome to come and join in the conversation throughout the night. You really are, and show your support to the Essential Wrestling News community. But guys, what are your thoughts on SummerSlam being a two-night thing? Do you like it? Don't you like it? What is your thoughts on SummerSlam being two nights? I know my thoughts on it. I want to know your guys' thoughts on it. I do. So, guys, I know this is tomorrow night, but this match between Roman Reigns and Seth freaking Rollins for the World Heavyweight title has to be one of the most anticipated matches of all time. It really freaking does. And I tell you something now. I cannot see the Bloodline being able to stay backstage when this match is taking place. I just can't see it happening. Every fibre of my being is telling me that Roman will retain, thanks to the help of the Bloodline. Of course, you know what I want to know. What are your guys' predictions? Let me know. You know, and of course, guys, the Brock Lesnar over Femi. That's very generous of you, thank you very much.
Would know, and we are a half an hour away from the start of SummerSlam, streaming on the ESPN app, and that is what's getting everybody's attention. What is hanging high there? 10,000 pounds of steel. It is hell in a cell. The world's strongest man joins us now. Mark Henry, how are you, my man?
I'm awesome.
Always good to visit with you. We'll stop talking about SEC football for a moment, the two of us. So we can get into Brock Lesnar and Oba Femi. We saw them at WrestleMania. We saw them at Clash in Italy. This is far different.
I'm very surprised that we allowed Mark Henry there with him being part of AEW.
I've been in a couple of Hell in a Cell matches. I won one and I lost one. I was not the same afterwards. It took me a month to recover from it. So you got these big guys, they're running into a fixed steel wall. And there's no advantage for either guy. They're two big strong guys throwing each other in the steel. So who can recover? And I think the young guy is the one that's got the better chance of recovery. And that's Oba Femi.
Mark, I got a question for you. So this stage of your career, I really love how much you had an eye for scouting talent and bringing in some of the biggest new names. First time you saw Oba Femi, what were your thoughts?
I thought he was going to be a star. And I'm losing my voice, but I knew that with his explosive athletic career, that it was going to translate into pro wrestling. I didn't think it was going to be this fast. I did not.
I'm going to piggyback off of Big E's question and ask you, what advice do you have for Oba Femi today, having seen glimpses of what Oba's capable of, already encountering Brock Lesnar on multiple occasions? This is arguably the biggest match of Oba's career. What advice does a Hall of Famer have?
Well, fortunately enough, Oba is under the Mark Henry Learning Tree. So he calls me and asks me for advice. And the advice that I give him is to not hold back, because what are you holding it back for? What are you saving it for? It's the fourth quarter. They get the new Rockney speech most of the time. But I asked him to be smart and not to question who he is. Be who you are. You don't flip and fly. You throw people.
Mark Henry, World's Strongest Man, with us as we think about some of the great moments in history when it comes to Hell in a Cell, Big E.
Look, so many incredible ones. I was blessed enough to be in a Hell in a Cell match. I did not win, but man, truly one of my favorite matches. We got to go back to Armageddon 2000 and look at the absolute bevy of stars, future Hall of Famers, Rikishi, Stone Cold, Triple H, Kurt Angle. Just absolutely love it.
What always stands out to me inside of the cell is the innovation. Every superstar who has succeeded inside of the cell has to add a new wrinkle to their game plan. Come up with a new trick to utilize inside of the cell. You see a side of superstars inside Hell in a Cell you don't see in traditional matches, and that's what makes these so exciting. Dare I say, can't miss.
This Hell in a Cell match, these two women really put on an absolute show. And to your point, what I love Hell in a Cell is the creativity, and you see that when Bayley took on Bianca, so much creativity in the brutality.
Here we see the Beast incarnate, Brock Lesnar, his first encounter inside of the cell with the dead man. Mark, you know the Undertaker as well as anybody. You competed against him throughout your career. How impossible is what Brock Lesnar did inside the cell?
I never competed against the Undertaker in Hell in a Cell, but we had over 20 or 30 matches. Hell in a Cell would have really played more into me because of my strength and to be able to throw him into it. I feel like that Brock Lesnar beat the Undertaker and a lot of other guys in Hell in a Cell because he was the bigger, stronger guy. Is he the bigger, stronger guy?
Not tonight.
Not tonight.
Some of the great moments through the years of Hell in a Cell. Corey, going all the way back to 1997. The one that put it on the map. HBK, Shawn Michaels, The Undertaker, and of course, the legendary emergence of the Big Red Machine, the first time we laid eyes on Kane.
And this match, I can't forget, we heard about the pec tear. As soon as you see Cody take that champion, I couldn't believe this man was able to compete for even 2 minutes, let alone this classic Hell in a Cell match. Also love the ode to Dusty Rhodes. In the end, Cody Rhodes gets it done.
CM Punk, Drew McIntyre, a rivalry that became so intensely personal, it could only be resolved one way. Inside of the Devil's Playground, neither of these superstars left anything in their tanks. That was the grudge of the year, and it had to finish with Hell in a Cell, much like the rivalry we're going to see tonight, the third go-round. Mark, as somebody who made your career as a powerhouse inside the ring, what sort of strategy would you employ in this day and age if you're Brock or if you're over?
I would not start slow. I want to start with my nukes, and then we'll go to all the lighter weapons later. Over is going to have to attack Brock like he's trying to win it in 5 seconds.
So we will find out tonight. It is Hell in a Cell, and it's hanging high above U.S. Bank Stadium right now. Brock Lesnar, overcoming. We're 25 minutes away from night one of SummerSlam, streaming on the ESPN app. Of course, also tonight, the undisputed WWE Championship. Friendship is secondary. The top prize is on the line as Cody Rhodes tries to hold gold again. It's in the hands right now of CM Punk.
2007, your father calls me on the telephone and he tells me, I want you to keep an eye on my kid. Friend to friend, brother to brother, I'm proud of you. Thank you for everything that you have taught me.
I love you.
When you're a champion in WWE, you got a target on your back. There are no friends.
You're my friend.
Right? I didn't want this title to come in the
Right, I'm just going to take a very quick break and I'll be right back.
That wasn't an accident. This is on purpose. You dropped the pipe bomb on the industry. I dropped the nuke. Who knocks to the one they knock for. I'm not chasing. Chasing. You can't handle the pressure of trying to take this precious title off of somebody you care about. People have heard, I respect you. People have heard, I love you even. But I don't think you've ever heard. I don't like you. I gotta know who the better wrestler is for business purposes. This isn't business, this is personal. Nobody can touch me, not even Dusty's kid. I want to see the look on your face when you find out that the best in the world isn't the best in the world anymore. Joe Tessitore, the Countdown crew with you here as we continue on with World's Strongest Man, Mark Henry, discussing CM Punk and Cody Rhodes. Interesting past couple weeks between these recent, very good friends now at each other's throats. How do you see this match?
I see Punk being the guy.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back.
You don't have to tell him to get it started. He gets the party started. And this is not about being friends. This is not about being enemies. It's about being champion. I put all that aside when it's time to win the title.
That is coming your way tonight.
Look, I think we're going to see a great wrestling match as well. Brock Lesnar, I think is going to look very different from this match. I think we're going to see two guys who really bust out their entire arsenal. I think we'll see chain wrestling. I think we'll see guys really demonstrate their commitment to their craftsmanship.
I completely agree with you. I think it could be a technical masterpiece, as we like to wax poetic about, but I think it all boils down to which of these two superstars is willing to go the extra mile. Who's willing to bend a rule? Who's willing to break a rule clean and break the rule? You need to. This is about being the top guy in the industry, the undisputed WWE champion. Who wants it more? That's what it's going to boil down to.
Mark, we've talked about Hell in a Cell. We've talked about Punk and Rhodes. What else is getting your attention tonight?
Well, the number one thing that I feel like a lot of people need to know, starting this show, is going to be EO.
I like how you break news. There you go. It is official. We want to share that with you. That in just moments on the ESPN app, it'll be the Women's World Championship, Liv Morgan and EO Sky. What's your take on it?
I think super talented, both women. But EO deserves it. And I think she knows she deserves it. And she's willing to go out there and prove it. She's done it on the big stage before. I see nothing different tonight.
Thanks for your time, Mark Henry. Always
Thank you for having me, guys.
The Queen of the Ring and conquer the championship. Don't go anywhere. We are floating in. We're under 20 minutes to go. Hell in a Cell hangs high for now.
When this clock hits 10 minutes on the TV, you will be switching over to Netflix.
Getting set to come out to US Bank Stadium here in Minnesota. SummerSlam, Night 1, Women's World Championship on the line.
Make the bed shake.
So guys, throughout the night, I'm going to be here. I want to know your predictions of each match. You know, don't be shy, come and say hi. And ask me anything you want, you know, about wrestling that is, not about my personal life. But you know what really bugs me with it being on Netflix right now is the commercial breaks. Oh my goodness. How many commercial breaks do they need during a PLE? Seriously, WWE. Because we know a lot of fans will tune out after hearing that same old familiar music several times. But of course, guys, I also want to thank you because I've just looked and we've had 173 views just on this 175, sorry, alone. Wow. Guys, you are freaking amazing. I love this community here on YouTube. Now, a little backstory for you guys before we get ready for SummerSlam. This channel specifically was made back in 2023 when that horrible virus was about. We've not mentioned the word. But the main aim for this channel was to try and get people that didn't have Sky Sports at the time. I wanted to keep them up to date with everything that was going on within WWE. This is why Essential Wrestling News exists. Because it's not just for you guys, it's for everyone. I'm not fully thinking about that. I'm not in the loop about that, unfortunately. But apparently it's been teased online that there is a return tonight. I do not listen to everything that is online. I don't. But it would be nice to see The Rock return. Because I think he still has an issue with Cody. But Steve Austin, no. I can't see that happening. I really can't see that happening, my friend. So guys, if you want to join our Facebook community, you can do via scanning this QR code on your screen. Now, I will let you know it does take several attempts to try and scan it, but scan that QR code and it will take you straight through to our Facebook page. If not, look it up on Facebook and you will find us. But also, guys, you know, you guys are freaking amazing on this platform. You really are. You show up each and every time I go live. You're always polite. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. The one thing I do not understand is why would Obafemi decide to go after Brock Lesnar instead of going after a world title? That puzzles me. It really does. 178 views. Guys, you are freaking amazing. Thank you.
Clock. Get hit.
That low blow when he did that to Oba. Wow.
Don't forget, it is 1-1. Me and you, Obafemi versus Brock Lesnar. Hell in a cell. As the titans of all three ones cast down, these monstrosities drag each other to the underworld. Turning the biggest event of the summer into the hour of judgment. No more games! No more running! You gotta run from the ruler! Not together until there's one victor. You gotta run from the prisoner of war! I'll see you at SummerSlam, bitch! You can't run from Aura! It is their final descent into the Inferno.
Well, after winning King of the Ring, Obafemi could have went straight for championship gold. Instead, he chose Brock Lesnar. It is a fascinating decision because Oba didn't have to take this match right now. He chose to. Obafemi is moving in a way where it feels like he believes that title opportunities for him aren't going anywhere. That choice alone tells us that Obafemi isn't just chasing championships in WWE. He's
Right,
chasing
guys, I'm going
significance.
to
Titles might
turn
build a resume.
over
It's
to
moments like
Netflix.
tonight that build legacy, and the opportunity to take on the likes of Brock Lesnar.
So now is the chance to grab your snacks, get what you need, settle in for the night, and let's enjoy SummerSlam together. We are 8 minutes away from SummerSlam. Wow. Eight minutes. So guys, I'm going to take a very quick break and I will be back. That's better. Sorry guys, I just realised I'd not unmuted you. So, SummerSlam's taking place in Minnesota. Interesting. I was backing over Femi, but I'm going to say Brock. Brock's got to have the hometown advantage, surely, regarding all this. He really has. And 209 views, guys. Wow. You guys are freaking amazing, and I will keep telling you that throughout the night. So guys, let's just talk about another match that I do want to see, which once I find it, I will show you it, guys. Give me a sec. So, this one that is now opening the show, as the world strongest man Mark Henry just said, it is the women's world title match between Liv Morgan and Io Sky. I'm going to back my girl on this, and I'm going to say Liv Morgan. Whoever you guys have got, please let me know in the chat, because I would be interested to know your thoughts on this match. I really would. Guys, we are a minute 53 away from SummerSlam beginning. So now's the time to finally run to the toilet if you need it, and let's enjoy SummerSlam together. Because last year at SummerSlam, if I am correct, we saw Seth freaking Rollins cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase, which was absolutely fantastic, because we know he faked an injury, and there is just so much history at SummerSlam. There really is. There really freaking is. So we are 50 seconds away, guys. We are. Hopefully, I don't get right. No. Ten seconds away, guys. 10 seconds. The live event is about to start. Here we go. Final predictions, guys. Final predictions. Roll them in. Here we go. Here we go. Now.
Bum, bum, bum.
This is Minneapolis, Minnesota, the U.S. Bank Stadium, home of the NFL's champions, and tonight, back in the epic tonight, WWE SummerSlam. Tonight's superstar rivals are presented by Wingstop. Made to order, always fresh. Don't miss any of the action. Get flavor delivered to your door at Wingstop.com. The rule, the king of the ring is here. To be locked inside the Hell in a Cell with the Beast, Brock Lesnar, tonight. Nick Aldis, unleaving absence and getting ready to respect them. In the ring tonight for the first time in 3 years against the career killer, the ring general, Gunther. Can Nick pull off a miracle tonight? The Villains of Paige with a smaller center tonight against upstart Fatal Influence. 6 women, tag team action, 5 tonight. And the undisputed WWE Championship is up for grabs. The champion, CM Punk. The challenger, Cody Rhodes. Friends, now foes, welcome to SummerSlam Saturday. The epic two-night SummerSlam begins.
Stand back and welcome to everybody sees the swag, the success, the charisma. Can't teach that part. But what they don't see is the focus it takes to get here. Every rep, every sacrifice.
How do you think they get the physiques that they do? Training hard like absolute animal. Putting in the work.
That's how you earn the right to walk this time. And that's how every WWE superstar earned theirs.
Doesn't matter if your tunnel leads to a field or a ring. Questions on the other side? Yeah.
Hell in a Cell? Man, that's just different.
Two gladiators locked inside the most significant structure ever devised.
These are the moments you want. Moments you work for. I went from the one who knocks to the one they knock for. Box office perfection. The moments everybody remembers. This is where stars become highlights.
I am going to destroy you.
For a show in Minnesota. Skull. Everybody.
In my house.
You are fucking live at U.S. Bank Stadium, Minneapolis, Minnesota. A capacity crowd here tonight for SummerSlam Saturday.
Women's World Championship. Challenger from Tokyo, Japan. I call the genius of the sky the best wrestler in the world today, and an opportunity to show that tonight as we kick off SummerSlam Saturday. Reigning Barrett, Io Sky has some momentum. She defeated the champion, Liv Morgan, in the finals of the Queen of the Ring tournament that prevented you to earn this opportunity tonight. Yeah, a massive result and an arduous pathway to get this championship opportunity, but ultimately, as our opponent tonight, Liv Morgan says, it's not about tournaments, it's about championships, and Io has to confirm tonight.
Right.
And I know you heard it at least a dozen times because in the build-up to SummerSlam, Wingstop provided fans the opportunity to vote on what gear Liv Morgan would wear during her match. With over 21,000 votes cast, the winner was quiet about it. Huge thanks to all who voted, including my partner, Wade Barrett. Wingstop is here. Get yours at Wingstop.com.
Yeah, and Liv Morgan looks absolutely spectacular no matter what she wears, but her outfit is always offset to the max with that fantastic Women's World Championship around her waist, and she needs to cling onto that. The DLI tonight against the Oscar.
A couple of numbers from Liv Morgan to 22 tonight. She is undefeated at SummerSlam. She beat Ronda Rousey a few years back. She beat Rhea Ripley back in 2024. That was the night that Dominic Mysterio betrayed Rhea Ripley. But Liv Morgan, Wade, is also 2-1 in matches versus Io Sky.
Yes, that's whatever, Michael Cole. Liv Morgan has done her homework on Io Sky. She has some past history with Sky, as you mentioned, and she gets the tactics right in the biggest fight moments of her career right here at SummerSlam.
The official in this matchup, none other than Jessica Carr. And this is for the Women's World Championship. For Io Sky, she has great memories of SummerSlam. After 2023, Io Sky cashed in Money in the Bank to win a World Championship at this event. She hopes to be able to win the title here tonight. If you're Liv Morgan, how do you keep the championship? Because keep in mind, Wade, this is her first defense since she beat Stephanie McMahon all the way back in April at WrestleMania.
You try to turn it into a negative already. It's a first defense because no women in the locker room have had the guts to challenge Liv Morgan. Nobody wants to be humiliated on a global scale at a match such as this one. But SummerSlam, but for Liv Morgan, the key to victory here is to throw as many curveballs as you can at Io Sky. Don't make this a clean fight. Make it as erratic as possible. Right in close.
And if you're Io Sky, how do you win the championship here at SummerSlam?
Well, what is Io Sky better at than any woman we've ever seen? Two things: speed and aerial ability. The genius of the Sky needs to take flight. She's going to take home that Women's World Championship.
And Io Sky, there's the knees to the face of Morgan. Io Sky is hungry for a title. It has been a year since she held a world championship. Io, who knocked off Liv in the finals of the Queen of the Ring tournament to earn this, was still under hit by Sky. Liv misses wildly.
Now Io looks to pick up the pace. The elusive style, Io Sky, as she takes out the champion. Io with a basement drop kick down to Morgan.
And right after that, Liv Morgan tried her best to completely swarm Io Sky, but it's that superior movement and pace of Io Sky that's got back on top.
Well, right off the bat, the WWE fans here in Minnesota firmly behind the genius of the Sky, but Liv Morgan tries to counter and runs into a right hand by Io.
Very overcoming if you're going to take down Io Sky, and right now everything Liv Morgan is trying is backfiring.
Now Io Sky using the helmet fan in the front row, and taking to the head, backfire. Liv Morgan drops her on her lips, and controlling the barricade.
See, that's a massive mistake for me by Io Sky there. You try and do something special. It's SummerSlam. You want to do something spectacular, give fans their money for it, but you cannot take your eyes off someone as cunning as Liv Morgan for as long as that, because you will pay every time.
Liv Morgan with a drop kick of her own, a 3-time world champion, 4-time tag champ. She won the Royal Rumble this year to earn her opportunity at WrestleMania. First ever Crown Jewel champion, also a Money in the Bank winner. Great resume for Morgan. Who always having some issues with Jessica Paul.
Well, Jessica Paul has had many issues with many superstars, not least Becky Lynch.
But she's doing her job.
No, she counts too fast at times, depending on who the competitor is. And I see some out women up on Liv Morgan right now. We'll keep it on.
And suddenly, Morgan has taken complete control of this match. Toying now. Sky and kick right to the ribs. And Morgan now focusing on the midsection after Io went ribs first into the barricade moments ago.
Very difficult to take flight and use your high-flying arsenal when your lips are so tossy. Clearly, zeroing in on that now is Liv Morgan. I like the way you mention all the accolades of Io Sky, clearly one of the most popular superstars on the planet. And finally, I think Liv Morgan is getting a little run now.
And Liv Morgan delivering the 3 Omegas, and an homage, of course, in Minnesota to the late, great Eddie Guerrero.
And to Dirty Thunderstorm, aka Liverpool,
up that insecurity, put the weight now on Sky, who just gets the shoulder up at 2.
And that was a weak kick out right there from Io Sky. We're still fairly early in this match, but it shows you how much has been taken out of Sky's offense. Like that, set up insecurity right to the temple of Io Sky, and Sky looks a shadow of the woman she was just moments earlier.
Yeah, Liv Morgan into the corner. And Io Sky is stunned right now. And that knee, Io rolls through to the center of the ring to try to create some space. With that's pretty dominant to the midsection by Scott.
That is a tricky question about how much is left in the tank of the genius of the Sky. Liv Morgan better recover quick and finish the job.
And here's the thing, Io Sky, with just that little flurry of offense, has allowed herself some space here and some time to regroup against the champion.
Yeah, she was absolutely getting smothered by Liv Morgan. It's a desperate time for Io Sky, but Io Sky now bouncing back with that shunting uppercut.
Yeah, face first was Morgan. Into the back, Io Sky now closing in on taking out the champ, kick right to the temple.
Championship levels of recuperation there from Io Sky, who is immediately now completely back on top.
Some of the greatest stamina we have seen in WWE. Io got caught up momentarily in the ropes, but did not allow it to affect her as she goes to work on the right arm of Morgan.
Shows you how nimble Io Sky is. Even a little mistake in the corner, she can still capitalize.
Io misses one kick. Morgan's down in trouble. And you feel Io building momentum here. Bring the crowd to its feet.
They're up the genius in the Sky. To a woman at the peak of her powers right now.
Io with a bullet attack in the corner. And now it's Morgan to roll onto the apron to try to catch her breath. This has been a great onslaught by Io Sky.
A small move by Liv Morgan, but pounced on immediately by Io Sky. Nowhere to hide here.
Now Io.
And that pulls Io Sky even closer to a world championship. But remember, Wade, champions advantage here tonight. Sky has the pin submit the champ.
I'll take a look at the impact of Nathan Morgan. Not only the back of the spine, but also the back of the head of Morgan. Whiplashing against those very, very thin pads of solid concrete underneath there.
And Io realizes she's got to get back to the ring. The official at a count of 4. Sky now back out to the apron. Morgan's in trouble. She's got to do something here to be able to regroup Wade.
Hopes are fading rapidly for the champion to hold on to her title here.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, no, no, Saran. Sada.
Distracting the official. The American champion, Rodriguez, with a choke slam to Sky on the top rope.
Cheating bitches.
Close to the cover. And now Sky stays there.
Well, it has been the modus operandi of
Come on, Ian.
from that very inception, thriving in chaos.
It's how about Cal Rodriguez won the Intercontinental title Monday night.
Well, it's chaos that they create. Not quite enough there for Liv Morgan, but crucially, Liv Morgan is still in the fight and has a chance when in one day she was about to be plucked from the sword.
Yeah, but mentally is she in the fight? Looking for oblivion. Io Sky with a whip to the face. Roxanne Perez to get up on the apron. To the shot from Io. But get the distraction. Help Liv Morgan. And Liv now lost. Raquel Rodriguez. Raquel having a check. A little disaster there.
And what is Io Sky cooking up here, Cole?
Io Sky with the top rope. Takes off Judgment Day.
The Liv Morgan managed to get out of the way, but the troops have been completely flattened there. By Io Sky putting her body on the line in pursuit of the goal.
Now Io back up on the apron. But Liv Morgan able to take it finish. And scissors driving Io to the mat.
Shows you how important that distraction from the Judgment Day really was. And Liv Morgan needs to put this away right now. This might be the only chance she gets.
Now, that give Morgan some credit here that she's still in this fight thanks to the Judgment Day. The champion now. Gonna head up to the top rope with Morgan. Don't see her fly that often. Io Sky, who's comfortable up there. There's Showtime. Up top to Morgan. And Sky now gonna climb the ropes around the corner.
Well, Morgan just didn't have the balance to pull that move off quick enough. That is why people like Io Sky dominate the ropes, as she's about to do right here.
Dangerous situation here. What does Io Sky have planned? Morgan's on the top rope as well. Sky, Sky! Collapses into the cover. Morgan stays in it.
I mean, hats off to Liv Morgan kicking out there. Insane durability from the jab. We'll take another look at this high-risk maneuver. Moonsault right onto the Judgment Day with congregated at ringside. And then followed it up with this Spanish fly from the top rope. Somehow, Liv Morgan able to kick out, but only just this one balanced on an iPad camera.
And this is the first matchup of the Epic 2-night SummerSlam. Live from U.S. Bank Stadium in Minnesota. It's for the Women's World Championship. Morgan and Io Sky doing battle. Io with a right hand. Morgan with one of her own. No love lost between these two superstars. Morgan is not forgotten. Losing the Sky. Bringing the ring. Now Josh talking. Now Morgan with the right hand. Stepping the upper hand on Io Sky. Io looks underneath. Double under the coming. Morgan face first. Come on. Up top. Io's picking up for the cover to go. You're going to deliver a second one. This is the backbreaker. Knee to the spine.
And still, somehow, Morgan maneuvering around the ring, just trying to get away from Io Sky. But that might be the worst possible position you could end up in.
Oh, but the Bull Train attacked again, and Liv Morgan able to avert the control ready and got caught by Sky. What's Io planning to do here?
Unique faceplant maneuver there, eaten by Liv Morgan, and how crucial was that for Io Sky to avoid that oblivion?
And now, Morgan alone, covered out by Sky, to win
Oh God, what a bitter pill to swallow. That would have been for Liv Morgan to lose to her own move. He is so smart. Io Sky to attempt.
God, if Io pulled that off then, guys, wow.
For the rugged nature of Liv Morgan keeping herself in this one.
Yeah, Liv Morgan, who's grown so much as a competitor over the past couple of years, showing some guts here tonight. But Io Sky looking for over the moonsault to put this one away and win the championship window. Rolling out of harm's way. Io injured her ankle. She came down hard on her ankle. Morgan now. Breaker from the second rope. Sticks to Sky. To retain. Io kicks out again. Falls off. In this matchup here tonight. Near fall after near fall.
Yeah, put the physical pain to one side just for a second. That part is obvious. The real problem now for both women is the mental pain of knowing you have hit enough to have this one won, and somehow your opponent keeps kicking out. How do you deal with that right now?
Looking at Io Sky, who's up on the ropes. Again looking for oblivion. This time Io Sky, who's out of harm's way yet again. Io now from behind, out to the apron. Morgan, suplex on the apron.
What a physical contest! And a bullet attack into the steel. And that's just a clean knockout right there. Referee's going to have to take a very close look at Morgan. But Io Sky may well have hurt herself in the process. Unsurprisingly, knee against skull, against steel, something is going to give.
Now Io Sky looking at
Come on, Io.
again. I'm not sure Morgan even has any idea what's going on. Sky.
Over the boots up. Look at her boots up. Look at her boots up. Just in the nick of time, catching Sky. And now Morgan finally hits oblivion. Oh, God. And Io Sky right back up. Perfect for Morgan. And Morgan now with a second oblivion.
Wow, what a match. Wow. What a way to open SummerSlam.
That is the way to kick off SummerSlam.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Michael Cole, for just reiterating that.
So many characters playing by Liv Morgan, and Io Sky was equal to every single one of them until I think it was the fourth attempt at Oblivion, and finally connecting. Hats off Io Sky. That was an astounding performance, but still, your women's world
And not maybe Liv Morgan. Incredible action in this matchup. He went back and forth. Io Sky seeing her ankle there. Watch Liv. This is tremendous. That second rope turn.
incredible effort for both women.
Guys, the poll for the main event will be closing very soon.
Both women absorbed so much, but it was ultimately this moment, knees first into the ball there. For Io Sky just taking lift over her face off. And this is the big killer moment here. Io Sky moving out of the first oblivion for one more lung blower. Backing up Io Sky and immediately bouncing again. Nice turn of pace there from Liv Morgan. Like I said, I think that was attempt number 4, and finally it connects. Oblivion wins the gold for Morgan.
Follow me,
An
guys.
insane matchup to kick off SummerSlam Saturday. You may not like their attitude. You may not like Judgment Day. But you've got to respect Liv Morgan, the women's world champion.
Tell you something, the US Bank Stadium's a nice area. Wow.
And here goes to Jacob. 6-man tag team matchup. Up there is SummerSlam.
Hey, Stone Cold ready for
a long time, but for this one time, I'm all over your plate. I'm trying, I heard that they don't like me, that's fine, cause we don't like y'all, we not like y'all. I'm done trying, I tried dying enough times, 8 lives, I used all those, I'm on now, what's up here? We already stuck here.
So guys, what would you rate that match out of 10?
Why are we fighting? Start there.
I would personally give it probably an 8. Probably even more.
There is a finality.
The last time will indeed be now.
And this is a program I've never got into, the Unreal Series. Who else has watched this? Let me know in the chat, guys, if you've watched the Unreal Series and whether it's worth actually watching.
I think we gotta pull the trigger on somebody. There's so many great new people. Who's next? That's the one.
Literally the last thing you want for your dancing partner in the ring is to get burned.
Oh, I'm okay. You hear that all the time in the ring. Just give me a second.
No one walks away and skates.
And if I get dinged up in the middle of the match and quit, what's it say about me?
Guys, when this commercial break had ended, the poll for the main event will be closing.
It's just so much better when she's there.
All we do is violent.
Now disappointed myself.
It's not just your money that depends on it, it's everybody's money.
I feel good. I feel ready. I know the work that I had to put in.
This has consumed me for 23 years.
I needed to change things for everyone who came behind me.
It's everything I've ever worked for.
There's nothing that I won't do.
The future is now.
This is a moment they're gonna replay for years.
Watch the next one.
So guys, I'm going to take a 2-minute break myself very quickly.
Killed alive, but Rock's not dead like it's I'm alive, so
So guys, the poll is now closed. So, 58% of you said yes, Cody will walk out as champion. 42% of you said no. Wow.
Liv Morgan and Io Sky.
Yeah, absolutely spectacular, and you wouldn't expect any less from either of those. But that was that kind of match that in 25 years, people will still be raving about. You've got to say your best performances for the biggest stage.
Liv Morgan and Io Sky well on their way to legendary status, and we have WWE legends in the house tonight, including the world's strongest band. The Hall of Famer, Bob Henry, is here at SummerSlam. Give it a minute there. How about John Walton? X-Pac is in the house. Dangerous Dan Spivey is here, enjoying SummerSlam. The badass is Spivey. And the mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart, the Hall of Famer, all part of SummerSlam. You know, LJ and WWE Superstar action figures are back and better than ever, bringing the unmistakable retro-style fans know and love to an all-new lineup. Wave 5 arrives at Target for early 2027 and features Jey Uso, Roman Love, WWE Hall of Famer The Iron Sheik, and a special Ichiban Hulk Hogan figure. Plus, the LJN 2-pack is here. The Hart Foundation runs Bret the Hitman Hart and Jim the Anvil Neidhart, and a must-have set. Pre-order LJN WWE Superstars Wave 5 and the Hart Foundation 2-pack now at Target.com. Well, folks, tonight's specialty camera is brought to you by
This is the Coalition Emergency Broadcast System. There are reports of multiple tremors causing minor damage across Kelowna. Citizens are advised to stay indoors as emergency services assess the scale of the impacted areas. Please stand by and await further instructions.
Oh, I see. Nice entrance for the Usos. Bye.
It's a six-man tag team match scheduled for one fall. First, Jimmy and Jey, the Usos, and their tag
If that isn't an intimidating sight. Jacob Fatu, the heavy for the OTC, Roman Reigns, who I guarantee you, with his match tomorrow night, versus Seth Rollins for the world title, is looking on to see how the Bloodline fares in this six-man tag match. If I was a betting man, I believe that the Bloodline wouldn't get along well in this tag match tonight because of Roman Reigns and that factor. But will this team get along? Good night for Royce Keys, the 2026 the Giant Memorial Battle Royal winner. It is his first match at SummerSlam. Spoke to Royce earlier today, but he's never been more focused in his life. This is something he spent 20 years wishing and getting ready for.
Yeah, and nerves tend to get to a lot of superstars. I don't see that with Keys tonight. He is a take-no business, no-nonsense bet. And they make his mark tonight at SummerSlam.
Hey, let's not forget what Solo Sikoa accomplished last year at SummerSlam when he beat Jacob Fatu inside a steel cage. That is what Solo Sikoa is all about.
Solo Sikoa is Donald Trump. And let's not forget that the fact that Solo Sikoa is the one man in the family who has point blank refused to rejoin the bloodline.
Yeah.
This bloodline vortex for a number of years now. Not to mention his opportunity to try to get a title off Roman Reigns. This man, LA Knight, won the United States Championship back in 2024 here at SummerSlam against Logan Paul. This matchup underway, and this is going to be a chaotic brawl.
It was never going to be a friendly, sporting affair. It's about who can get up first on their opponents and put them away.
LA Knight, though, would go on to lose the United States Championship back in WrestleMania to one Jacob Fatu.
LA Knight was actually tagging with the Bloodline just this WrestleMania a few months back against the Vision.
Yeah, before they were really formed into this Bloodline once again, I would say.
Walters have got a little murkier with the Bloodline ever since.
Been taking out Keys and Knight, and now Solo Sikoa coming up from main event Jey Uso, and now Jey Uso with the right hand as well. And Jey Uso and his younger brother Solo Sikoa going at it right now in the matchup. The Usos have a spectacular record made at SummerSlam. Jey finally winning his career. Jey Uso's never lost a match in this event. Solo Sikoa with that big right.
Arguably the greatest tag team of all time and one of the winningest records of all time.
And then a segue to Dakota with Jordan Jey Uso. Running past the Yeats for his own take on the Yeet. And Solo Sikoa has really come out of his shell, hasn't he?
Yeah, low blow with zero respect for high achieving twin older brothers, but let's see if Jacob Fatu will be a little respect into Solo.
The Samoan werewolf. The man who had to join the bloodline after losing to Roman Reigns back at Clash in Italy. And now still the Fatu.
And this is Portline.
Hey, look at Jacob just set right back up. Solo Sikoa doesn't realize that Fatu's back on his feet. Now he does.
A little too cocky there. This is former bloodline.
Sorry.
There's this current bloodline enforcer. Right now, the current guy, Jacob Fatu, is winning that duel.
You mentioned Solo Sikoa. There's the senton by Fatu. Solo has refused to go back to the family. Jacob Fatu said he's going to beat it in.
So I think that's really interesting. Fatu and the Usos just a few months ago giving specific orders by Roman Reigns bring Solo back to the family. They failed at that. Now let's say they fail again tonight to narrow this trio. Odds may well roll in the bloodline.
Oh, what a cheap shot by Jey Uso. And listen, Solo Sikoa, he went out on a limb, but practically begging LA Knight and Royce Keys to join forces to finally end the bloodline once and for all. And you gotta wonder if Royce Keys and LA Knight, for that matter, actually trust Solo Sikoa. I've talked about this at length on Monday Night Raw. LA Knight and this paranoia that has kicked in surrounding this years-long battle against the bloodline.
Is he really paranoid? If it is years-long issue, scupping his chances of winning gold numerous times, maybe it's not so much paranoia, it's just reality.
Well, did you ever think you'd see the name of what a cheap shot hit that? You could think you'd see the name when LA Knight was teaming with Solo Sikoa.
I never thought I would see that happen, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend, at least for the duration of this matchup, so I get it. All these guys, Royce Keys, Solo Sikoa, and indeed LA Knight, are hyper aware that they need to take the bloodline's power away before total domination of the industry happens once again.
Remember, Jacob Fatu was brought into WWE by that man that he's beating the hell out of right now, Solo Sikoa. And Fatu gonna back out now. Shades of a late great Umaga.
Good. You've amazed me. 1,039 views. Wow. Thank you very much, guys.
That talk of plenty. Jacob Fatu is a man who is simply uncontrollable as we take a real look at that running hip attack right to the cranium of Solo Sikoa, and there's one on the kisser of LA Knight for good measure. Cannot drop your guard around the Samoan werewolf.
No blood loss with Fatu. And that floating maneuver to the corner has allowed Solo Sikoa to try to fight back in this match. And Jacob has a collision. Both men down in the middle of the ring.
Cohen needs this tag in the worst way. The monster Royce Keys on the outside looks right as a daisy. And you know he wants into this firefight.
Jacob will make the tag. And Solo Sikoa, Jimmy Uso, and Royce Keys now going at it. Keys burst on the scene, mentioned earlier, winning the Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal.
And what a frame Royce Keys has, and he's using it to full of big Jim now in a world of hurt.
Keys now sending Jim, no, reversal Keys into the corner. Fix Keys out there with a clothesline. And now look at power Jimmy Uso up. He's showing off here. The world's strongest slam delivered.
Right in front of Mark Henry, looking on too. He must be impressed.
And now
powerbomb. Ultimate spine buster, just flattening Jey Uso.
And now Royce Keys, the southpaw, unloading with the left hand. Keys thrusting Jacob off the apron.
Royce Keys ready to fight anyone at this point.
Yeah, but again, the distraction allows Jimmy Uso now to take control.
And that chaos in tag action is something that Jey Uso and Jimmy Uso especially are highly accustomed to, thriving in that fog.
Keys had things going his way onto that spine buster, but an interference and a distraction has allowed Jimmy Uso to take control.
Oh, he's got 5 bodies dropped right now, with the Keys back to his feet rapidly.
The big man going to climb up to the second rope. What does Keys have in mind here?
I mean, he can do whatever he wants, power-wise, from the most freakish of angles, and I would not want to be Jimmy Uso right now.
Trying to power Jimmy up. Jimmy trying to counter, trying to shift his balance.
So difficult to do on an unstable pace on the ropes, but anyone can. Royce Keys can.
Oh, he can. Oh, he touches him. Avalanche slam. Royce Keys somehow pulled that off.
Royce, top choice power slam. But so much taken out of Keys already, just cannot make that cover on Big Jim Uso. And they will have sustained an injury to that left leg.
And now LA Knight on the apron, looking to make a tag. Oh, look at this guy knockout. Exploding into the ring. Knight going to work on Jey Uso. Reversal, Jey sending to the ropes. LA Knight now. Uso and LA Knight.
LA Knight simply enjoying this a little too much.
Yeah.
This is pathetic.
This is Kavolka.
And a good boot right to the face of Jacob Fatu. LA Knight has been waiting for the BFT. Jey Uso. Spear in the corner. Knight kicks out.
I was going to say Roman Reigns would have been proud of that one from Jey Uso, but that kick out brings his toes left in the hand of the Megastar. Not letting this one slip between his hands.
Capacity crowd here tonight, US Bank Stadium, Minnesota. Six-man tag team action. LA Knight off the spear. In trouble in the center of the ring is Jey Uso now. Heads up toward the top rope. LA Knight back to his feet. Great agility by Knight.
Now got Megaplex below.
Jey Uso, Uso splash.
A referee losing control here. We got Bedlam in this one.
Solo. Spinning solo. Two. Down goes Solo with the Impaler DDT. Jacob, your old buddy. Your old running buddy. Royce Keys. Starting first down. And now the fight spills outside the ring. Royce Keys tried for months to stay away from a physical confrontation with his longtime friend Jacob Fatu.
Oh, this looks great.
Fatu now. Royce Keys with a slam in the timekeeper's area.
Converted that into a power slam at the last moment of both men. And be completely walked out of this one.
And meanwhile, LA Knight from behind screwed up Jey Uso. They kick back too. LA Knight misses wildly. Jey Uso with another spear. Another spear by Jey. Made. Jimmy's going up top.
Sticker with the double whammy. The Uso special.
First shot. Smash. Covered by Jimmy.
There's a tingling in the loins of the Megastar that just about allowed him to kick out most of the shock of the Usos. What the hell do we have to do tonight to put Megastars away?
And they cannot understand the referee Daryl Shaman with the count there. The Usos thought it was 3.
It was a double bullseye from the Uso. That was perfection, and that historically has always worked.
Now Jey Uso is the legal man, and they're calling for it. The Usos are calling for the 1 knee. They want it done. But Solo, she can't explain. Jey doesn't realize what happened. Now he knows. LA Knight. BFT. Force. Trauma. They hit the bloodline.
Here are your winners, the team of Royce Keys, Solo Sikoa, and LA Knight.
Dave, what does this mean?
Knight, Sokoa, and Royce Keys. I mean, that is a highly effective trio. I don't know what chemistry Solo Sokoa was cooking up with these three, but damn, it worked like a treat. All right, for the bloodline, they are going to have to go back to Roman Reigns, the OTC, and explain why they failed here tonight at SummerSlam. And this is the moment Royce Keys avoided disaster with that power slam to Jacob Fatu. But this is the moment Jimmy Uso thought he put this one to bed from the top rope right after a spear from Jey Uso. Just perfection, and it should have been there, but the megastar has something stirring tonight to keep himself in this one. And it's the moment strike of Solo Sokoa. Jey Uso just realizing what happened. BFT, the LA Knight, in the victory. Meanwhile, in the ring raid, Solo Sokoa is telling LA Knight, I told you so. I told you we needed to bring forces, to bring the joint forces, to bring the bloodline down.
Silicone Valley, silicone, psilocybin milligrams at the New Age fix. The only rare thing left is the New York strip. I heard about the old me, get up on New Age. Whips with horsepower, I'm a concrete cowboy. The 100 couldn't calm me down, boy. Even with some filler, they couldn't change my lip. Even with some Altoids, I'm a steel truck. Oh, they should've never gave me money. Should've kept me in the house like it's 2020. Cause I'm back outside, ain't got nothing to do except piss y'all off. Cause I got nothing to lose. So, I don't know.
The guys, what are your thoughts on SummerSlam at this present time?
The career killer, the ring general, Gunther. Looks to take out Nick Aldis. And Aldis' first match in 3 years. It's next. Is here.
Right guys, I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. So guys, we are back. Let's get this party continued.
The WWE, in partnership with The General, has crowned the Fan of the Year. And this fan is Junior Holbrook. Thank you for being a fan. The General, they give you a break on your car insurance when you need it most. The Generals.
What the 6-1 tag. It was LA Knight, Solo Sikoa, and Red Sea.
The career killer. The man has ended the careers of Goldberg, John Cena.
I would have to agree with you on that. I really do.
The in-ring career of Nick Aldis.
Thank you again, Michael Cole. But I will agree with you on that.
So Goldberg is a dominant wrestler, and he feels in his mind that the system has held him back. And the face of that system is Nick Aldis.
Yeah, a leave of absence to SmackDown General Manager.
Come on, Nick.
Championships around the planet. But tonight, the bonus was the first opportunity to get into the ring in WWE.
Yeah.
And it has been an emotional time right there for the bonus.
I'll get to that in a second, Michael Cole, but please, this is Nick Aldis making his WWE in-ring debut at SummerSlam. Tonight, people are going to choose. Races is every Englishman's dream. Congratulations, Nick. Here we go.
I've never heard your voice go that high. And what a reception for Nick Aldis here tonight. On the Christian League podcast this week, talked about the torturous pressure that is on him tonight. He was extremely emotional.
years out of the ring and immediately stepping in at this level against arguably the best belt in the world in Gunther is potential suicide. Let's face it, at some point, ring rust can indeed become permanent, so these may be nervy early moments here for Nick Aldis.
And Aldis under a lot of pressure against the ring general Gunther, one of the greatest wrestlers on the planet today. If you're Aldis, what do you need to do to pull off a miracle?
First of all, there's anything you need to control that emotion. I started out with Nick Aldis back in 2004. I had my first ever in-ring match with Nick in a pub in front of 10 people. These are boyhood dreams that are coming true for Nick Aldis. But if you're not careful, this rapidly will descend into a farce and a nightmare for the English.
Wayne, you know Nick Aldis perhaps better than anyone, and when it comes to being in the ring, you had your very first match of your career against this man.
Yes, I did, going way, way back right now. And I'll tell you, Nick stepping into the ring with this duration of break these hands since his last compete is almost like stepping into the ring. To do it, because quite simply, I think it's mission impossible.
Possibly. I see two options. They'll either go back to wrestling full time or go back to VMA. But who would you take over him? Who do you have to take over him?
Full of himself, and Gunther needs to be careful here because clearly, physically at least, Nick Aldis absolutely looks the part and more.
Well, Gunther forced this, right? He went after Nick Aldis on a number of occasions, believes that Aldis has costing him a number of opportunities at the WWE Championship. Aldis had to be a man. He had to finally defend himself. Whether you agree with his actions or not, Aldis had to stand up for himself at some point.
Yeah, I do not agree with Nick interfering in the matchup at Saturday night's main event a couple of weeks ago, but pop that to one side. You are in for a hole now, Nick Aldis. You have to be very careful that the fun doesn't end once that bell rings, and this can descend very quickly into a massive humiliation to the...
Oh, cheap shot by Gunther. It's Aldis now fighting Vegas. Aldis to 1992 SummerSlam, Wembley Stadium in London. Was the turning point in his life when he watched Bret Hart and British Bulldog do battle. In fact, Bret Hart became his idol. Bret said on a text this week, wishing Nick Aldis luck. And now the power of Aldis with Gunther. Oh, down. Aldis in a cover. Gunther kicks out at 2.
Oh, what a start here from Nick Aldis.
Looking for the Kingsland Cloverleaf.
Kingsland, the town in England that Nick comes from, in Norfolk. Quite good.
That shot, dropping Aldis to the floor and stopped that little flurry by Aldis.
Heavy landed by Nick Aldis there. Gunther taking all of his frustrations out on the chest of Nick Aldis. One shot per transgression, and this could turn into a bloodbath.
Nick Aldis said that this matchup here tonight with Gunther, he looks at Gunther as a man who representing opportunities that he didn't get in his career. So Gunther had a lot of people in his corner, but Aldis did not, as he strutted face first into the ring post. Gunther now talking trash to Aldis is right. You mentioned it with Ricky James, his son Donovan, looking on here at ringside.
Yeah, and again, that plays into the emotional aspect of this for Nick. Having your family at ringside watching you getting beaten down by the ring general, but why not?
And again, looking for that cloverleaf, and Gunther has another count.
Okay. Well, Mike, if they took a liquid step back into the role.
Nick Aldis trying to put it on a technical reason, like Gunther, may be very, very difficult.
You know, Wayne, we mentioned that Nick Aldis not having a match in nearly 3 years. As you just take a look at this shot.
Oh, the ripples across the chest of Aldis, that tells its own story. Even without sound, that will completely knock the wind out of anybody.
Oh! But again, it's one thing to be in ring shape, right? Haven't competed in nearly 3 years, but then when you put all this pressure and stress on top of that,
well, Aldis clearly has the size and power to match Gunther, but with that enforced layoff from the ring, oh, the endurance and does he have the willpower to battle through the shots Gunther is giving him on this evidence? The answer is yes.
Aldis with some right, so that's the chops. Whipped in a corner by Gunther, and it drops Aldis to his knees.
I'll tell you right now, getting back in the ring at this level, no warm-up matches whatsoever, no matches against lesser competitors to make sure your ring sparring partners, right?
Say that again, sparring partners.
It's not sparring partners, but even in training is one thing. Doing game speed in front of a live paying audience, in front of TV cameras, get all the pressure. Sparring only does one so much.
And you're in the ring against a man who's a two-time world champion. He won the world title from Damian Priest here at SummerSlam 2 years ago. Aldis whipping Gunther into the corner now. And now Nick Aldis, knee right to the spine, and Aldis showing some signs of life. And again, looking to lock in the Kingsland Roller Reef. That's a mouthful. And now Sleeper from Gunther.
Oh, this could be Cut Night right now. This is usually the kiss of death. When Gunther gets this locked in and rapidly, now Aldis is fading.
Ask AJ Styles and John Cena all about this. Aldis down to one knee. Gunther, the ring general, the career killer, looking to end the dreams of Nick Aldis tonight.
It's starting to get overwhelmed at this point. The referee taking a very close look, but Nick not ready to give it up quite yet.
Nick trying to make it to the ropes, and he drives Gunther head first into the top turnbuckle. And Aldis now with a little bit of an opportunity. The fans are on their feet. Aldis feeding off this crowd. And a clothesline stops him in his tracks.
It's just a game-wrecking move. I don't care how big and tough you are. One shot.
Oh, that right hand to stop Gunther from making it to the top rope. And now, what is Nick Aldis in mind?
Nick's having to fight this one out in the trenches.
And a super match. And Nick's got a chance. The official DNA were checking out both men.
Take another look at this back and forth tension. Just a depleting clothesline there.
Yeah.
With this superplex.
I refuse to comment if Paul Heyman ever became general manager.
So you still have a chance in the crowd here in Minnesota, directed to Aldis.
This has been stunning from Aldis. And Aldis now taking control.
I can't believe Aldis is staying in the fight as long as he has. Gunther now in shot, trying to drive Aldis back to the ropes. Nick Aldis trying to show signs of life. Off the left side, Gunther again. Nick Aldis fighting back.
Oh, just what I was about to say. Has the momentum snatched right back by the ring general.
And Aldis, and now Gunther there. Gunther back to his feet. Aldis as well, lifting Gunther up. Jacob, with a running power slam. Gunther kicks out too.
Yeah, Englishmen of a certain generation love that move more than any thanks, as you said, to Davey Boy Smith, the British Bulldog. Main events are a SummerSlam 92, winning the Intercontinental Championship.
As I mentioned, the match that really made Nick Aldis believe he wanted to be a professional wrestler.
This has just been stunning from Nick Aldis, now scaling the heights and can't pull this one away.
Aldis top rope, nobody home, Gunther jumped underneath. Aldis back to his feet, Gunther misses with a big boot. Aldis now with an opportunity, breaks away, and he's solving it up for the Torley.
Nicholas is going to speak to
Nick Aldis, a version of it anyway, didn't get all of it as he delivered the slam to Gunther. And now Aldis going to head up to the top rope now. And struggling a bit, you would expect that in this high-stakes match. Shades of the Aldis of old.
Oh, what a bullseye, and Gunther's in big trouble here. Nick Aldis may be about to pull off a miracle at SummerSlam.
How much does Nick have left? And he dig down deep and put the ring general away.
Oh, this is the one thing Gunther did not envision happening.
Here it comes. All these titles with this man. Gunther's in trouble. Gunther's nowhere to go.
It's only push this off. I can't cope my nerves out. I've chopped pieces already. But
But Nick can't be disappointed now. He's got to get right back on the attack. It's still there for the taking, Aldis. Nick Aldis understands this could be his chance, his opportunity for one of the biggest upsets in WWE history. Remember, though, sent Aldis into the turnbuckle. The sleeper ring down. Nice. Aldis turns it into a sleeper of his own. Creates separation on the suplex. They have got it up.
one, two.
But this is the callous side of the sleeper. Back and go. And the legs wrapped around the body of Nick Aldis. Got the same tap on him. Aldis, flying away. Nowhere to go. It's constricted. There's a ball inside Aldis. Doing it. Nick Aldis got to fight back to a vertical pace, and he does. Aldis trying to create space. And again, lifts it back to the mat. Paul Gunther. Does Aldis have anything left? This one, Nick Aldis has to tap out.
I've got to say though guys, that was interesting. Yeah, oh man.
But what a performance by Nick Aldis. While the face of Gunther really...
You know what, Nick Aldis has nothing to be ashamed of. Nothing at all.
Humiliating is sometime GM Nick Aldis ended up bring a fight for his life for the ring general and one he only just won. That's here, Nick Aldis. Once again, Gunther survives here tonight. Take another look back at some of this action. This is the moment Nick Aldis shoved up to the sleeper of his own, flying out with a Saito suplex before drilling Aldis with his powerbomb. Surely this had to be game over. The high stack pin, and somehow Nick Aldis digging deep enough and immediately back in the clutches of the ring general and locked tight in the center of the ring. The hooks are in, and after a magnificent fight and effort from Nick Aldis, the seemingly inevitable happened, the tap out and victory for Gunther. Nick Aldis has absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about here tonight.
Definitely agree. Definitely agree.
Now, young man, Donovan, the son of Nick Aldis, and of course the legendary Mickey James, his beautiful wife. Nick Aldis longed for this moment. He longed for this opportunity. He said, I'm not a victim. Success came to me early, and I wasn't ready for the spot, and I wasn't ready for WWE. He said he finally got an opportunity to come here and run Friday Night SmackDown as his general manager. And now a lifelong dream has come true for Nick Aldis to be able to compete inside a ring in WWE.
Right then, I'm just going to take a quick break. I'll be right back with you.
now. Start earning rewards. Check out your exclusive member benefits and explore the catalog of premium content you can't find anywhere else. Congratulations on being the first to experience the epicenter of fandom. This is Club WWE.
Hey, we got plenty more of SummerSlam Saturday right around the corner.
Good enough to beat me. You think this man's gonna beat me? I'll come over there and smack them glasses straight off your face.
This is virtually championship of the world.
There's not gonna be a 12-round war, I promise you that. He's not good enough. He can say whatever he wants. I don't quit. I don't stay down on one knee. Prove it. Easy work. Easy work.
So guys, here is my thoughts on Nicholas as of now. I personally think we might see him in the ring a lot more.
can't run this, I'm alive, so all around the world, I know you feel it. What's up, what's up? What's your name? What's your all around the world, I know you feel it. What's up? What's up, what's up? What's your name? What's your Silicon Valley?
And WWE is officially open. This is the ultimate insider membership book for the fans who never miss a moment. Become a founding member and get access to the member shop, priority ticket access, points and rewards, and a content library you won't find anywhere else. Go to WWE.com/WWE and become a member. Hey, ringside, everybody. I'm Michael Cole, Eastway Bear fan. What a performance by Nick Aldis just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I go back a long way with Nick. I just didn't want to see him get humiliated in that match tonight, which was a distinct possibility. He did way better than that. He blew all our minds, and I, for one, will not complain if we see Nick Aldis in a ring again one day.
We're now joined at ringside by our Spanish announce team, none other than Jerry Soto and Marcelo Rodriguez. Hey guys, go, thank you, Wayne. Go on, go, amigos, somos latinos y nos encanta una fiesta. Así que gracias por acompañarnos en la fiesta más caliente del verano. Se siente rico el calor, ya hemos vivido mucha acción y se acerca el fuego de la seta infernal en SummerSlam.
I thought it was you in the chat.
Including the UFC lightweight fighter.
I did think it was you. I wasn't sure though. That's
The convention, of course, is designed by Edward Scott, enjoying the show here tonight. And our crew from Busted Open Radio. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to train it all here tonight. Remember, Busted Open Radio, now part of WWE Radio. Channel 156, Siri. Thanks, man.
You know what? I actually. You know what? I actually want to listen to that WWE radio. It'd be interesting, but I don't think we can get it over here. Nikki! Bam!
Is a six-woman tag team match scheduled for one fall. Featuring the team of Paige and WWE Hall of Famers, Brie and Nikki, the Bellatwins.
You're listening to the voice of the ring announcer, the great Alicia Taylor. These three women telling me earlier today, Wayne, that their gear is unique tonight. It's all blended together. Everyone has a checkerboard covering, flames and chains for Paige, and their names on the back of their gear for Nikki Bella.
And that's not all they told you, was it, Michael Cole? They also told you to stay well away from them, you big creep. But I will agree that their gear looks immense. Will the performance of this trio match the gear?
You and I should coordinate like that. Nikki Bella returning to action tonight for the first time in months. She broke her ankle.
Interesting.
Sprain.
Interesting.
And your opponents, Tracy Jane, and the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, Lady Reed and Bethany Henley, Fatal and
Wait,
Wait, the group that is really.
when did they become the women's tag team champ?
Oh, I love this trio since inception.
I think I've missed an episode of
Fatal
something.
Influence, completely dominant for a couple of years in NXT and have seamlessly added to the SmackDown roster with complete dominance and control Of course, their crowning achievement being grabbing tag team gold a couple of weeks ago from two of their opponents tonight, Brie Bella and Paige.
Yeah, that happened at Saturday night's main event at Madison Square Garden a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, these are just a trio of women who are simply not happy to make up the numbers, not happy to sit in catering. They want the kingdom and they want it now.
As we're about to get underway in this matchup, I want to thank my guys back in Stamford, Connecticut, John Chip, Craig Miller, providing all the stats for this great SummerSlam weekend.
So the question for me, Cole, is this. Right off the bat, the entire methodology of Fatal Influence, the reason they had all this success over the past couple of years, and indeed on SmackDown, has been the numbers game, the 3-on-1, the 3-on-2 situations. Now, the return of Nikki Bella has completely neutralized that. Can they get the job done when the numbers game is not an option?
What a right hand by Helen Henley, the former one-time NXT North American champion, NXT tag champ as well, and now the current women's tag team champion. And there against the Hall of Fame, Brie Bella, former Divas champion in her own right, looking for her first win ever at SummerSlam.
We've got a bit of twin magic back in action here in the women's division, and we're going heavy early.
Now the yes kicks being delivered by Brie.
Right.
Interesting to see how
I'll have a look because I don't think I saw that episode.
Look at the cheap shots. Paige drop off the apron.
Some cheap shots on their own. You better not miss. You miss, and you get your face planted straight in those steel steps.
And Paige now. That running cross body taking out Laney Reed. JC Jane goes down thanks to Nikki Bella. Here on action back in the ring. Brie Bella Henley winning in this matchup.
Nikki Bella testing out that ankle early with a clothesline onto the floor, but now it's Brie Bella, the legal woman, and
Jane now.
I did see that episode of SmackDown.
The referee, Daphne LaShawn, has her work cut out for her this one. As Laney Reed continues the assault now.
I'm not sure if I'm saying.
Hey!
Be nice. Very cool. Into it. Very clear.
The referee's back. As underhanded as you like.
With a cannonball in the three in the corner. That may have made this 3-on-2 match. And get back to the numbers game you were talking about.
There some admin. I had serious issues to start with at the beginning of this live stream.
Indeed they are.
I always seem to have trouble. I think it's the software that I use nowadays.
There's the straight line by JC. Puts the leg and kick that now by Brie. Really has to make a tag.
Yeah, she's in a really, really bad way now, and it's not going to get any easier now that we're in there with that leader of Fatal Influence, JC Jane, who has so much confidence and assuredness despite being such a new member here on the main roster.
And here's a woman that I'm so impressed with. She's only been in the wrestling ring for a couple of years. Laney Reed, former record-breaking track athlete in Alabama, coming out, up and leg, and a kick out, former rodeo champion in her own right. She's really taken this squared circle.
Yeah, JC Jane has really taken Laney Reed under her wing and brought out this vicious side of Laney Reed, and I'm liking everything I'm seeing. Somebody who takes orders.
Admin, what's the quality of the new camera like? Is it any better than the laptop one?
Elbow rub place to Reed. A shot to Paige as well. I should say to JC as well, as she needs to make a tag to Paige. And now outside the ring is Reed. And Brie Bella with an opportunity to make a tag.
And that was crucial movement there from Brie Bella.
Is the picture quality any better? That's what must be.
To Paige, and that was a small move there by Laney Reed.
A great move by Laney to get back into the ring and prevent Reed from making a tag.
Taking the right angle at the right time, and you can tell Fatal Influence, I think, at one point wanted Nikki Bella in the ring. Presumably a lot of ring rust after that injury, and they may not want her in right now. She's fresh, Laney's down, and this is a pivotal moment.
And here comes Nikki Bella, exploding out of the corner. Couple of clotheslines now to Laney Reed. Bounces Wade's face upward in.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any ring rust whatsoever with Nikki Bella. Walks back to her Hall of Fame best.
And sends Fallon Henley into Jessie Jane following up with a clothesline.
Small move, taking out 3 women in one go there.
Nikki, a two-time Divas champion, Hall of Famer, X Factor. Here's the cover now by Nikki Bella and a kick out.
Right, I will sort that out.
Generational great will turn the women's division into what it is today.
And now the power of Nikki perhaps looking for the Rack Attack 2.0. She drops Reed. Goes into the corner to take out Shane.
So many distractions in a match like this.
Almost had her.
A quick one there. Quick thinking from Lady Reed, but not enough. And a massive forearm smash to the jaw hole.
Yeah, Nikki Bella. Again, looking for a finishing move. Fallon Henley trying to hang on. Paige catches her with a kick. And Paige now with a kick ball up the ankle. Meanwhile, Nikki connecting.
That ain't better with the sound.
Chasing Shane breaks it up.
And that had to be pinpoint timing from the leader of Fatal Influence. And what a pinpoint shot to the jaw of Paige for good measure. Just complete dominance and confidence, but do not take your eye off the balance.
Yeah, Bray with a right. Now trying to track her sister, Nikki back to her feet. Not quite sure what the fellas are cooking up here.
The plan in hand. Can the plan be pulled off?
Uh-oh. Intercepted is free. They were going for a double team. Lady Reed now with a triple Reed. Roll through now. Oh, and a running knee by Lady Reed. Tag made to the other half of the tag team champions, Fallon Henley.
Well, Reed receipt there right to the jaw of Nikki Bella. And, oh, we've seen this before, Cole.
A double team by the tag champs. Cover under the leg, and Paige breaks it up.
And that was a game over. If not for Paige right there to move the knee several times and beat down to. This one's breaking down in a bad way.
Yeah, Fallon Henley right to the neck of Paige. And now Bree back into the ring. With that kick to Reed. Jessie Jane now. Sends Bree. No, Jane sent outside the ring.
Just nimble footwork there for Brie Bella.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with me, it's the commentary.
Her body's everywhere.
Oh, Michael Cole.
Henley mocking the Bellas.
Riding cowgirl.
And now Henley. Uh-oh. Oh, wow, what a collision. Both women down.
Both have the same idea. One big swinging shot connecting the two jaws.
Jessie Jane wanting to make a tag. And she does. Jessie Jane is legal.
Yeah, this match is right for the pickings right now, but Paige just about saving Nikki Bella and perhaps making a tag at the same time.
She did up over the top. Turns that left into a winning combination. Shoulders down, kicked out now by Jane. And Fallon Henley causing a distraction.
Too much left in the tag.
Hey! Jessie Jane into the cover on the rolling encore for the win.
Really?
Well, what a chaotic matchup. We asked in the early goings, could Fatal Influence still dominate without the numerical advantage? And on the evidence before us, the answer is a resounding yes.
A force to be reckoned with. The future of the women's division on Friday Night SmackDown.
Definitely. I have an idea.
Oh, this is the
I will
moment
be back
Jessie
in
Jane in the early goings
I
took
will
out
be back
Brie
in
Bella. This is when things started breaking down towards the end. Paige saving, Nikki Bella tagging herself in the process and coming close here to scoring a major victory over the newcomer's Fatal Influence, but it was all to be denied. One rolling encore was the kiss of death for the opponents of all before Jessie Jane and a major win on that SummerSlam debut.
Brie Bella talked a lot about not wanting to go forward at WrestleMania with the injury to her sister Nikki until she found out. What the?
Knew that would happen. It just sound any better now. I've moved the mic a bit closer, haven't I?
Came to Brie Bella's aid when her sister got injured at WrestleMania. They go on to win the tag team titles together. And Nikki knows damn well that Paige has suffered from a series of neck injuries.
Surgically repaired neck that once ended the career of Paige, and it might be about to get an action replay.
Yeah.
What is this all about, Brie? Is it jealousy over what happened at WrestleMania?
Thank you. They might wish to. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think this is just about a loss tonight. This has to go deeper than that. These three women were as close as sisters. Paige bailed Brie out at WrestleMania. And now they pulled this stuff at SummerSlam.
I knew that would happen. I really did. I knew that would happen. Right guys, I'm closing this poll.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they're watching SummerSlam all over the world, including in Hamburg, Germany tonight, Dublin, Ireland. Imagine what that party must be like.
Hugh Guinness is getting sank right there in Dublin.
Mexico City, Mexico, enjoying SummerSlam. How about down under in Australia? Melbourne is partying tonight. And in South America, Colombia, enjoying SummerSlam.
This September, the biggest spectacle in Lucha Libre transforms into an unforgettable two-night event.
This is Triple D.
Due to overwhelming demand,
Hey admin, should I
at the
do a
MGM
live
Grand
stream for
Garden Arena in Las Vegas.
Triple A Mania?
This is Lucha Libre at its best.
While Night 2 is live at the Arena CBMX in Mexico City. It's the first ever two-night Triple Mania, September 11th and September 13th. Tickets on sale for Las Vegas August 4.
Triple Mania Night 1 will now take place at MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. Pre-sales start Monday, August 3rd at 10 a.m. Pacific Time. Tickets go on sale to the general public Tuesday, August 4th at 10 a.m. Pacific Time via Access.com. All Triple Mania retro buyers will be contacted for their new seats at MGM Grand Garden Arena. Don't miss Night 1 of this historic two-night event live in Las Vegas. Curly Rose on your left. The WWE Champion CM Punk on your right. They meet for the undisputed WWE title live next.
Wait, I won the main event already? Oh no, we've still got the ABS we got Lesnar match. Yeah. We will talk more over that because I think it needs to be done. And it brings in new viewers.
Well, we're at the WWE warehouse, the hallowed ground. This is where we keep our history. I hope more guys get to come out here and see it. Kind of puts it in perspective for me that I'd like to be able to add my own thing. The history is plentiful. I mean, these aren't small items. This is Steiner Brothers letter jacket just hanging right here. Dusty Rhodes robe, ring worn. Ultimate Warrior denim. Just this one's a deep cut, stunning Steve Austin. These things feel like they were worn yesterday, but in some cases it's 30, 40 years ago. And goes like that.
Ah! Don't want to get copyrighted. Hey admin, just take a look at that. See what you think. I sent it privately to you. Definitely, innit? Definitely cool. You know what? I went into a blind panic because I thought we were at the main event, but obviously not. It's Cody, CM Punk, then the Hell in the Cell match that we have. I'm just gonna transition into something, guys, and I'll be back in 2. Will you be tuning in tomorrow night as well, admin? I will be live for tomorrow as well.
You cash back. And Chase Freedom is the official credit card of SummerSlam. How about the 40th annual Survivor Series coming to Dyken Park? The Icebox, home of the Houston Astros in Houston, Texas, on Saturday, November 28th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Tickets on sale this Friday, August 7th at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, via Ticketmaster. Visit WWB.com/events now to register to be the first to receive pre-sale information for Survivor Series War Games. Well, still much more to come here on SummerSlam Saturday.
So admin, who you got, Punk or Cody?
You're the American war hero. I've been tasked with finding the greatest fighters on Earth.
I know who I've got, but I could be totally wrong. Could be totally wrong. I could. Okay. Any particular reason? Ah. Any particular reason on that? No. Do I think there'll be interference? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Perfect.
Wrestling has more than one royal family. Do it all again, come out the free. Time to go. It's time to go. Whoa! You know what? I'm not touching on that subject. That I actually quite enjoyed that.
Cody drawing inspiration from the character he'll play in Street Fighter, Guile. Roman Reigns is also featured in the film, portraying Akuma. Street Fighter, hitting theaters October 16th.
You know what I'm like, admin. You know what I'm like. Now, would you like to explain what you mean by I need mod? got the personality. Barbara Bell! Definitely. Yeah.
The undisputed WWE Champion, CM Punk, dressed in the colors of the NHL's Minnesota North Stars, who used to be part of the NHL's Great Norris Division. You old-timers will recognize the Norris Division, known back in the day as the toughest division in all of the NHL. On the back of Punk's jacket, the number 20, celebrating the 20 years that CM Punk has been in professional wrestling, specifically here in WWE. This one's going to be spicy.
Not a hint of a smirk or a smile between them. Maximum tension in both their faces.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our ring announcer, the great Alicia Taylor.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. And is for the undisputed WWE Championship. Introducing first, the challenger from Atlanta, Georgia, weighing in at 222 pounds, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. And his opponent from Chicago, Illinois, weighing in at 218 pounds, he is the undisputed WWE Champion, CM Punk.
Senior official Charles Robinson will work this matchup tonight. Punk and Cody Rhodes battling it out for the undisputed WWE Championship.
Well, guys, you know what? Thank you so much. The viewing count stands at 1,258. You guys are freaking amazing.
Cody Rhodes said, I need to beat you. I need to win the championship tonight.
Yeah, friendship or championship is a battle that friendship has rarely won in this industry, and once again, championship has taken precedence between these two.
These two have gone one-on-one in singles matches in their career, but this is by far the one with the biggest, the one with the highest of stakes. Their first one-on-one match in 18 years. Punk and Rhodes here tonight.
Yeah, neither man resembles who they were back then 18 years ago. Both have gone on such arduous journeys, changed so much physically, professionally, mentally. We got no data on what happens when these two collide, but this is why we watch, Nicole, for these moments. Two of the absolute best throwing down.
Rhodes and Punk now exchanging chops in the early going of this matchup. Let's go to CM Punk. How does he keep the title tonight, Wade?
I knew you were going to ask me this. I've been trying to come up with an answer all day. I don't have one. Both of these two are so evenly matched. Physically, competitively, the best has got. Oh, it's this. The mind games of CM Punk have unraveled many a competitor, and it may be the key to success against Cody tonight.
Here's an issue. You saw Cody Rhodes immediately go to his left arm. Punk realizes he may be hurt, and now Punk is attacking that arm.
Yeah, it's a smart thing to happen when you've got an opponent rattled, and then you've got a bullseye like that go after it, and you know full well that Punk has such a deep technical knowledge of this game. He is immediately laser focused in on what's going to damage that shoulder the most.
The hammerlock applied now to Cody. They'll be trying to fight out of this. They have to switch to behind and now into a side headlock on the champion Punk.
And that could be a destination with Cody, who knows very well he's already had to protect himself and come up with strategies. And I think the best he showed. Cody Rhodes has been very successful in recent years, coming and picked up here at SummerSlam. Pick out by Punk. And Punk with 30 of the discipline GTS, 30 has signed up like takedown and after shows Punk. Cody Rhodes, a couple of years ago, here at SummerSlam, actually 3 years ago, beat Brock Lesnar at this event. Last year, he beat John Cena. Cody's been on a roll at SummerSlam.
Well, Cody's been on a career roll for the past 3 or so years. It's an all-timer, historic run that may well never be matched. Let me put it out again. Eventually, you'll run out of good fortune in these big moments, and tonight could be that night for Cody.
And Punk's trying to get his own bad taste in his mouth here tonight from last year's SummerSlam. The night that he beat Gunther to win the World Championship, and just minutes later would lose in the ruse of the century when Seth Rollins cashed in Money in the Bank.
We all remember that, we do.
And you can see how intense this start has been for both men. No one's taking the big swing quite yet. It's a feeling out moment on the full well that one mistake will give your opponent such an advantage, and when the margins are so small between these two, that could be the killer.
Now, twice in his career, Punk was cashed in here at SummerSlam. And now, is this the pace that, as you mentioned, you expected to start this way?
100%. Look, everyone wants to go out all guns blazing and hit their biggest moves right from the off. You just cannot do that against an opponent as dangerous as Cody or as Punk. You have to play it careful.
Punk won the championship in early July. Surprise entrant against Sami Zayn on Monday Night Raw in Punk's hometown of Chicago. Something that really sent Sami Zayn off the deep end. He's got an opportunity tomorrow night at SummerSlam Sunday in that #1 contenders match against Finn Balor.
There's simply no slowing down if you're the champion at this level. Regardless of who wins tonight, they're going to be straight in a firefight. Come SummerSlam Sunday, they will know their opponent at the end of the day.
Punk with a well-placed kicks that tilt on his boot to the injured arm of Rhodes. Punk continues to wear Cody down.
You know what? On that score, I do hope Finn Balor wins.
Attack on Rhodes.
Because he knows it.
And you mentioned the 20-plus year career of CM Punk right here in WWE. He's fought so many opponents, been in so many live match situations that he knows full well exactly how to decimate an opponent once they show a little weakness.
Again, continuing to make Rhodes suffer
Cody realized he's got to try to get out of this. That's a sweet move as he sends Punk through the ropes to the floor.
Trying to shake off that shoulder. That's done some real damage to Cody, and there's a mental element to that as well as the physical element. But Cody's got to figure out what part of my moveset can I actually pull off against Punk at this point.
Knee right to the face of Punk. And Cody Rhodes, what's he thinking about here?
Same. He knows it from 2016.
That was a high-risk move for Cody, and it paid off. One move from Punk there, and Cody was eating concrete. Thankfully for him, a nice connection and an upper hand regain.
Yeah, Cody back in the ring to break the count. He understands he's got to Peter submit the champion to win the title. Champion's advantage here tonight. And now Punk driven into the barricade, into the timekeeper's area.
Cody wants no part of a count out against CM Punk, wants to win that championship. Needs to happen in the ring.
Well, if he wants to call himself 2v1, he has to hold the title. It drives Cody Rhodes. Punk now on the barricade with a flying clothesline.
Well, it's killing two birds with one stone for Cody Rhodes. He needs to get the monkey of CM Punk off his back, that ghost that's haunting him. The fact that despite his time on top, despite the fact that he's beaten everybody, he still has to do it to CM Punk.
Punk gonna work his way to the top rope. Cody Rhodes still favoring his left arm, and Punk goes right to work on the arm of Rhodes.
Punk is just looking physically so good. Maybe shaking out that left knee a little bit. I'm cursing too early, but physically, CM Punk is absolutely on point right now. Perhaps the best shape of his entire career.
Yeah, we talked about the countdown show. A lot about the shape that Punk is
Hi.
Best shape that he's ever been in. Says it's not only helped his strength, but his cardiovascular makeup as well. The stamina has improved.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, when you're a younger competitor, you can get away at times with not being in perfect shape. Punk's at the point of his career right now that physically everything has been firing the right way in order for him to continue as the best, especially as you get older. Yeah, 100%. Those are the moments that the body breaks down quickly. Those are the moments that the weaknesses.
Cody's down.
Yeah, you want to be the champion of the world. You can't have any weaknesses, and Punk knows that better than anyone.
And there's the uppercut. Cody Rhodes with a bad hit. His left arm. Wait a minute, Punk's knee. Punk's knee gave out. You pointed that out earlier, and I believe it just buckled there as Punk came down hard.
I mean, it was a tiny little tweak earlier, and immediately you'd see Punk was trying to hide it from Cody, but there's no hiding that one. I don't know if Cody's noticed or not, but if he has
a running knee,
that's been up and over.
And Punk, you have to wonder if that affected him there. Both men now dinged up. One for the running bulldog. Cody Rhodes able to counter. Now Cody turns his focus on the left knee of Punk. And Cody Rhodes now has an opening.
Okay, so you've been high pain to an extent, but when it's completely hampering your movement, there's simply no shifting it away from the gaze of your opponent.
So would you rather have a bad knee or a bad arm?
I mean, I would absolutely take a bad arm over a bad knee. Once your movement is gone, the bad knee of CM Punk, now you can't even get to
I think I'd rather have a bad arm than a bad knee,
I'll
to
take
be
a bad
fair.
shoulder every time over that.
And Cody Rhodes trying to beat off his adrenaline here.
What would you guys want?
The knee may have been an issue. Couldn't put him in position for the GTS. And Rhodes attacking 160 with that one. Dragon Lace takedown by Cody Rhodes. That Dragon Screw taking Punk right to the mat.
So power moves now may be out of the question for CM Punk. So are his high-speed, high-flying moves. You question what else does he have in his arsenal aside from some technical submissions, which may be the only path to victory if that knee is as bad as it looks.
Well, Cody has used the figure 4 in the past. Punk is dragged into the corner. Now he's fighting out of this, and the champion realizes he's on the ropes now.
And this is the kind of time, if you're Cody Rhodes, you take a few shots to the back, knowing full well that one shot to Punk's knee is worth the damage you are going to absorb.
But again, if you can't plant on the knee, it takes the go to sleep completely out of the equation.
The high knee in the corner, the top rope elbow drop. And you really start to struggle to see what Punk can connect with once you realize how limited his movement is at this point.
This has been very physical
Back in a
since
minute.
the beginning between these two very proud individuals, proud champions.
And again, right to the leg. Did you see the way it buckled? Punk screaming in pain. And Cody showing a very vicious and aggressive side here.
Well, this is what you need to do at the top. How many people have been vicious and relentless against Cody Rhodes in the past? It's payback time now to one of his opponents. Oh. Especially with that gold sitting in the corner that Cody has made his own over the past several years. He wants that back in the worst one.
And we've said it at the top of this matchup. Cody's words, I need to beat you. Anything he can do to win the championship tonight. And Punk now, right hands, a kick to the face of Cody, who's just trying to hang on. Remember, Cody only really has use of one arm. Exhaustion could be sending in now, Punk with Cody up for the go to sleep, and Cody elbows to the face.
That was a slow lift thanks to that knee, and that allowed. Oh, nice! Well, I did not see that coming. That was Punk perhaps attempting a drop kick there. And Rhodes one leg up, the other leg not cooperating.
Rhodes was going for the disaster kick, and Punk intercepted.
Take another look at that. It was a unique retort from CM Punk. Just as Cody gets into the kill there, you're right. It's like a flying big. Oh, the William Punk is feeling this now.
It is the Bulldog to Rhodes. And now Punk back to his feet. Battling Rhodes and one leg at this point. Power slam to Rhodes.
Every move is taking a toll out of CM Punk, and again, you want to try and stack offense. To do that, you need to move quickly, and that is not an option at the moment for CM Punk.
And now you talked about this. The injured knee perhaps taking the elbow out of play, and Punk, he took a long time trying to make it to the top rope.
Yeah, that was 2 or 3 times as long as CM Punk normally takes climbing those ropes, hence why Cody's able to bounce off so quickly and get back on the attack.
I know Cody, top rope, trying to lift the champion up. Critical moment perhaps in this match. Body shot by Punk.
Both men physically hampered and both men stood in a perilous position here. Somebody's getting an ugly landing, and it looks like fortune has favored CM Punk.
How much does Punk have left? The undisputed WWE champion. Looking to regroup, bad leg and all.
Well, the climb part is done, but the execution from up here could be the moment.
Trying to plant his injured left leg. Top rope now. 4-part elbow to the chest. Elbow to a pain, and a kick out by Cody.
And that may be the burst of adrenaline inside CM Punk that blocks out the pain in that knee. Take another look at this, Macho Man style. And a bullseye right on the jaw of Cody Rhodes, who's just too damn tough to stay down.
And Punk said it's 99 time. Time for Rhodes to go to sleep. Lifting Cody up, but Cody again, well placed elbows to the jaw of Punk. Then he continues the assault.
Again, a quick lift from Punk and a quick knee to the jaw would have ended it, but that left leg of his, perhaps not. Oh, Cody covered for the championship. Punk's your eyes. Well, both men now in the space of the last 30 or so seconds with very, very late kickouts here from offense, and frustration starting to get to Cody now. Cody has to keep his head in the game here.
Well, Cody has done such a great job in the last few years of his career of staying under control. It's one of the reasons he's been so successful. He can't get caught out by it. This it's time by Rhodes. Punk collapses in the canvas. Cody shoots the half. Hooks the leg. It's off. Oh, that kick out by Punk at 2.
Talking about Cody Rhodes staying in control over the past few years, you're absolutely right, but nobody can get under competitive skin quite like CM Punk. And we've seen Cody rattle the past couple of weeks.
See how Cody pulled down the knee pad of Punk to deliver the strikes to the bone, to the knee of the champion.
Yeah, there's a visceral feeling when there's no pad covering that knee and it takes a blow.
Cody up now to the top rope. Super. Cody cutter. Without doubt, let's go to creep in on the challenger here.
Yeah, well, take another look at this. A suite of shots you will not see from Cody Rhodes. Twisted, protecting in midair, and still connecting to the flexor. That was astoundingly good. And a hit-seeking missile, Cody Rhodes there. But here, in recent years is how Punk has beaten people. That constant kicking out when it looks like it's over frustrates people to their doom.
But Cody Rhodes, don't get frustrated. Stay the course. There is one leg. Cody looking for crossroads. Walks down. Catches Cody with the bad leg.
And only a kick to the head. He aimed it right at that left shoulder.
And here it comes. Looking for a figure four. Punk drives Cody into the corner. Punk down from behind. Scoops Cody up. Shoulders down. Near fall. Cody fights through. Punk down. With Cody up. On his shoulders. USA Punk. Cody. And down. Figure four. And the perfect reversal of the championship.
I don't know if I've ever heard CM Punk make a noise like that before. Cody walked it out.
And with the swing right hands to the champion. Will Punk tap. Will he give up? Cody. Become a four-time WWE champion tag.
Cody bridging up, increasing the leverage on that left leg of CM Punk.
Punk trying to fight out of it. Take a feet off the fence here in Minnesota. Punk trying to roll to his belly. And switching. He switches down.
The pressure all on Cody Rhodes there.
And Punk rolls to the ropes and forces a break, but has the damage been done? Punk surviving there, but able to flip onto his belly.
I mean, that was a long time, and a master of the figure four leg lock, Cody Rhodes, applying maximum pressure on Punk. But how stubborn, how bloody-minded is CM Punk? And Cody's going for it again.
Yeah, Cody Rhodes understands he's got a wounded champion here. Oh, by Punk up. Punk with the amateur price. And a kind of ice down. Punk's fighting better. It's the finishing move. CM Punk with the anaconda ice in.
And that's the one move you do not really use your legs for, and it's locked inside. Cody's in big trouble.
Yeah, Cody needs to make it to the ropes to force a break, and he does. And Punk's got a 5-count to break here, and
now, if Punk got a little more in the tank there, he could have dragged Cody to the middle of the ring before applying the anaconda device, and even a kick from Punk is registering all the way up his body.
What a physical matchup between these two aggressive individuals tonight. Punk with a chop, rocks Cody in the corner, and now CM Punk using his good knee to deliver the blows to the side of the head of Rhodes.
You have to be completely unyielding this deep into a matchup when you're so badly hurt. Just remember what's at stake. WWE Gold. Your seat above the top of this industry.
And Punk believes now it may be time for Cody to go to sleep. Lifting Cody up on his shoulders yet again. And Cody now grabs the top rope. Falls to the mat. Now Cody. But for an Alabama slam, and Punk was able to somehow counter Rhodes to him. Look at him twice again.
He's in the center of the ring, Joel.
And this time, Cody Rhodes has nowhere to go. Nowhere near the bottom rope or any sort of break here.
Oh, a major chokehold locked in, and of course it's on that bad left shoulder of Cody's. Exacerbating the damage of this hole, and Cody may be fading.
And Cody trying to use his legs, and CM Punk shakes that off. Rhodes trying to do anything he can before some sort of break here.
A Punk cannot afford to let go here. He has no choice.
And now Punk, jackknife cover on the challenger. Cody bridges. Wow.
And did that just break the spirit of Cody Rhodes? Here is your home run, beautiful reversal into the crossroads. And how many times has this been victorious But QB1 will not tonight go against the champ CM Punk.
Show respect by the capacity crowd here at US Bank Stadium in Minnesota for SummerSlam Saturday. The man who wants the WWE title for a fourth time in his career, Cody Rhodes, against the 8-time world champion CM Punk.
And CM Punk seems to have no clue where he's at right now. Cannot defend himself.
Can Cody put him away?
I mean, it takes a little something extra when you're in there at this level against the very best like CM Punk. The kind of moves that normally score victory just don't quite get you over the line anymore.
And now Cody Rhodes at the top rope. CM Punk trying to hang on. Delivering left hand to Cody. Now a back elbow to Rhodes. And the champion drops the challenger to the mat.
Desperate swing there from CM Punk, but it did work. And in the drop zone now, what the hell is Punk doing?
Punk from the top rope! You gotta be kidding me! A moonsault by Punk! Cover! And a kick out by Rhodes!
Well, Rhodes just about in the nick of time moved mostly out of the way. I think that knee caught the top of Cody's head. And that might be the only reason Cody Rhodes was able to kick out there.
Punk with a moonsault!
With one good leg too, and Cody got very lucky scrambling to the side just at the right moment there, and doesn't Punk know it?
We're deep into this matchup. Who's gonna dig down deep? Who's gonna survive? Who has the resilience in the heart and the stamina? Covered by Punk. Rhodes with the arm up again.
Two of the absolute best, just too stubborn to lose. That's where we're at right now.
This match could go all night. Just a classic battle between two gladiators. And rush backhand by Punk. Quickly to go to sleep. Cody able to land on his feet. Punk caught him with an axe handle to the face. And now Punk again with Cody. Up by his shoulders. God, slaying GTS. Night. But Punk injured the knee again.
Yeah, that was to the point of the jaw. And a tight pin here coming in.
Cover by Punk. Hook of the leg. And Cody able to the shoulder. And this match continues.
Oh, God, so close to victory for Punk. And I'll tell you right now, that was not the sweetest pin.
There we go, guys. Thoughts on this match.
GTS now across the wall due to the knee issue of Punk. It's a long time to crawl over to Cody. And then with the pin, it's not tightly stacked on the shoulders. I don't know if Punk has the power in that leg to manage to do so.
Then Punk now outside the ring, limping over the ropes. Going to use the Spanish announce table as he bounces Cody off the table. And now CM Punk, and you see the look in his eyes, and the aggressiveness and the viciousness of the champion. Rhodes is now stunned. And CM Punk now can rip apart the Spanish announce table. And Punk now up on the table. Cody Rhodes is down.
Well, Punk knows he has to go for broke here. It has to be big. It's going to be ugly. And Cody's on the hole.
And Cody dropping the champion on the table. Spine first, and now Cody taking control.
The swipe of the legs is all it takes to turn this one around for Cody.
Oh my God, Cody Rhodes against the crossroads. Punk now, looking for going to sleep. They're going outside the ring here. And shoulder first to the steps.
Oh, there was Punk.
Cody wisely breaks the count. Robinson, I believe, was at 8.
Well, Cody could have potentially beaten Punk there with just keeping him on the outside of the ring. But of course, championship doesn't change chances.
And Cody ripping apart hours ago.
Cody definitely stand on his own turn feet.
And you see the exhaustion that is set on the challenger. The official Charles Robinson with some leeway in this championship match. He's sending Punk back into the ring.
Cody goes forward. He has to get it done inside those ropes if he wants to go over the guard tonight. A race is
Oh, this is starting again from CM Punk. And we talked earlier about the frustrations of Cody Rhodes. Now, this got into the match. Those frustrations are all CM Punk.
And again, they spill outside the ring, just feet away from us. Cody Rhodes looking up at me moments ago with almost a blank look in his eyes as he collapses to the floor in front of me. CM Punk now the champion with Cody Rhodes trying to lift him back to his feet.
Both men dazed and confused at this point, trying to put together a cohesive strategy to put your opponent away. Nigh on impossible.
And now Punk with Cody Rhodes on the table. Cody Rhodes, I don't think has anything left here, Ray.
If he does have anything left, it looks like CM Punk might be about to snuff it out. What is Punk cooking up?
Punk now back to the ring, got to break the count from the official. CM Punk now trying to put some life back into the injured left leg. Is Punk going to jump in the top rope here?
Oh, God, he's got that leg here. He's got that press.
Oh, my God, the top. CM
Both men might be about to get smoked here, Cole.
See, give the target. And here's the problem for Punk Wade. Here's the problem for Punk. Punk landed feet first on the table, which means he injured the knee. He already hurt the knee. Punk really back up. He can get down on the table, feet first.
A turn of speed from Cody at exactly the right moment, and CM Punk may have just fallen on his own sword.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Cody's got to get Punk back. Anyway, Punk landed on the bad knee.
I mean, I think he's right about both things at this point in the match, Cole.
But Cody's got to get Punk back in the ring in order to win the championship.
Let's complete carnage here. Referee Charles Robinson is counting right now. He's been a long way with this one. Punk made a mistake.
He may have a fractured patella.
Patella, thigh bone, spine.
Cody trying to drag the champion. Punk, I don't even know how. I don't even think Punk's awake here.
That is a heavy carcass to throw into the ring for a clearly exhausted Cody Rhodes. And you will never get a better chance than this, Cody. Dig deep.
Wait, what a critical error by CM Punk when he came off the top rope and the way he landed on an already banged up and injured knee.
Well, you saw the idea from Punk. He was going to put that kill shot on Cody on the outside. It was so sweet until a millisecond before connection. And look out here, Cole.
Cody Rhodes now going up the top rope. Oh, Cody! I think he's going for the cutter. And he took out the official Charles Robinson as Punk moved down Punk's way.
An errant kick accidentally to the jaw of the ring.
And now Punk will go to sleep. Cody collapsing out of the shoulders of Punk.
About the worst place you could possibly collapse.
Does Punk have anything left in his bad leg to be able to plant for another GTS like he did moments ago? Cody from behind. 2 strikes.
Nice maneuver, Cole.
Run it out of the way, but it doesn't even matter because there's no official.
I mean, looking at this right now, it is going to... Oh, God.
Oh, hello! It's Cody Rhodes! You gotta see that! See the Cody! See it again! It's twice!
Yeah, I told you. Well, you told me they'd been there already.
There's no clue where he's at. He certainly did not see that coming.
Oh, dear.
What that is a kid. You don't know what he's seen that Punk.
Randy Orton.
The dread of wrestling.
And he struck when the official was out of the equation.
Referee now stirring and Punk can put this to bed relatively easily.
And Punk. GTS to Rhodes. In the color.
Ha ha. Love Randy. Called it again now. You certainly did. You certainly did, admin. You certainly did.
All night long was interrupted by the Apex Predator, who strikes Cody Rhodes.
Victory for Punk, and here is where everything turned around.
This October, don't miss the world's best fighters as they take the ring for one of the most anticipated movies of the year, Street Fighter, coming to theaters October 16th.
So Cody coming in for the Cody Picker off the ropes, connecting inadvertently to referee Charles Robinson. White out temporarily. This is Cody threading a crossroads, and CM Punk momentum carried all the way out of the ring. And Cody coming in a game plan out of nowhere, the memory I've seen since that Pentagon at WrestleMania. Randy Orton striking. Well, this is RKO, center of the ring, unbeknownst to CM Punk. That Rosemary of Cody, one more GTS. Listen up. Referee with the slowest start in history, hardly documented enough to secure gold for CM Punk.
Played a hell of a match between CM Punk and Cody Rhodes tonight. But in the end, CM Punk survives.
You could be right there. You could be right. You really could.
That is why these two men are at the very top of this industry.
Not good enough to beat me. You think this man's gonna beat me? I'll come over there and smack them glasses straight off your face. You lost your mind.
This the Luxury Championship of the world.
There's not gonna be a 12-round war. I promise you that. He's not good enough. He can say whatever he wants. I don't quit.
Admin, are your beloved Litlands still up, or have they fallen to sleep?
Easy work. Easy work.
We're at US Bank Stadium in Minneapolis, Minnesota tonight for SummerSlam Saturday after just an absolutely classic WWE Championship match between CM Punk and Cody Rhodes, and the return tonight of none other than the Apex Predator, Randy Orton. All I can say is wow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the scene here at ringside. Imagine how the bodies of CM Punk and especially Cody Rhodes feel right now. Never forget about Randy Orton.
And quite the week, WWE Radio debuting Sirius XM channel 156. And not only do you get all the great talk shows and podcasts, you have great live play-by-play action of some of our premium live events, including SummerSlam. NXT's Vic Joseph and Booker T calling all the action radio style.
Jimmy in the ring looking for 1D, but Dana Jimmy just got left out on a smooth spike from Solo Sikoa. Jay turned around, ready to top rope right side, trying to run into P. MT. Into the cover, to the front line.
Great job, Vic Joseph, Booker T. But ladies and gentlemen, we are now set for our main event. The helmet is set. It weighs 5 tons. It's 20 feet tall. It has ended the careers of legends. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here's a look at Crypto.com.
Same. But I will be glad to get in my bed after this, because this is, yeah, I'm getting tired. Oh. I've got to do all this again tomorrow, guys. But I will be here same time as tonight, hopefully earlier, 9 o'clock. I know I was a little late tonight, but you know, we gear up and go again tomorrow night. Don't forget, I will be live for TNA Lockdown. Yeah, definitely bring back the Europe tours. But of course, guys, you know, I really do hope that we can raise the roof again tomorrow night. And of course, I'm sure at some point before I come live tomorrow, I will be looking through the match card. So, but I want your early predictions on the matches tomorrow. I know we've got Penta versus Chad Gable. We've got a 6-woman tag match. The women's interim championship match. Yeah, I think we've got quite a few tomorrow. So, cast your early predictions on them. But the most important one I want you to think about, and then get back to me tomorrow, is the Roman Reigns Seth Rollins one. Because that's been interesting. I've watched the storyline for that one and it's been epic. Yeah, same. I believe we've also got Trick Williams defending his title tomorrow night, I believe, as well. So that should be interesting. Well, here we go.
WrestleMania 43 is live from Riyadh. The greatest live event in entertainment. But the celebration comes to New York City. Join the official WrestleMania 43 watch party at the Infosys Theater at
That's the point. WrestleMania is during the day next year, so that's going to be...
The action continues live at in-person with Triple A Eternal Glory and NXT Stand and Deliver. Plus, more fan experiences to be announced. Your WrestleMania experience comes to life. Register now to be the first to receive ticket information.
Hey, now you can finally pay the very nice, very evil superstar his due with the official Danhausen Human Money dollar bills. Now available on WWEshop.com. These collectible bills are the
I don't like Danhausen.
curse your enemies or simply have a very nice, very evil day.
And he says those words, yeah, weird things happen to me.
Now at WWEshop.com.
And of course, that is not legal tender.
Hey, guess what?
Tomorrow night, SummerSlam Sunday, we get to call the human monies on a pole match between Dominic Mysterio and Danhausen.
Stolen human monies on a pole that will be going back to their rightful owners.
And here's the rest of the card. Again, it starts tomorrow, 6 Eastern, 3 Pacific, here on the ESPN app. Immediately following SummerSlam, we got the post-show. Let's head over to Joe Test and the post-show team.
I think WWE has a issue. I really do. Because their mics aren't working. Seriously. But apart from that, guys, you know, yeah, I don't know what's happened to him. Oh, now we get volume again.
Deception. Fury. At the Titan's second clash, the great beast rose once more. A storm of 7 F5s brought the destroyer to his knees. And the conqueror reclaimed his mantle. In defeat, the bringer of war sought a new goal. The ruler will have his crown. A pursuit not of mine. Where is the beast? You cowards, attacking from behind! But of mine. The only thing that I've seen is a bitch. Seeking to claim the crown. The 2026 King of the Ring! Talk. Get hit. Don't forget, it is 1-1. Me and you, Omafemi versus Brock Lesnar. Hell in a cell. As the Titans of old were once cast down, these monstrosities drag each other to the underworld.
Brock Lesnar has never been defeated inside Hell in a Cell. At SummerSlam, it's all over.
Turning the biggest event of the summer into the hour of judgment. No more games! No more winning! You can't run from the ruler! Lock together until there's one victor. You can't run from the bringer of war! I'll see you at SummerSlam, bitch! You can't run from war! It is their final descent into the inferno.
In 1997, St. Louis, Missouri, the first ever Hell in a Cell match between Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker in the debut of The Undertaker Brothers Kane. Here tonight, Brock Lesnar, Omafemi will battle inside this structure and look right at the tail of the tape.
Yeah, they are carbon copies of one another, of course, over with a massive experience differential compared to the huge career of Brock Lesnar, but these are two superheroes, supervillains clashing inside Hell in a Cell for our pleasure.
Oh, bruh. Bruh. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. Oh, dear. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. Oh.
Are there nerves when it comes to the king of the ring? There can only be nerves when you are stepping into a structure like this. First time at SummerSlam, first time in Hell in a Cell, and oh yeah, the beast incarnate is going to be in there with you.
It is nearing 2 a.m. in Nigeria. That is where Obafemi's father, Nee, the rest of his family are watching here tonight to see if Obafemi can conquer the beast inside Hell in a Cell. To steal a line from my own broadcast partner, Taz. Wade, here comes the fade.
Sorry guys, I'm flagging a little bit now. I really am.
Brock Lesnar has spent much of his life in Minnesota. At the University of Minnesota, he won the NCAA Division I Wrestling Championship. He'd go on to win a WWE title at 25 years old. He even played out for the NFL's Minnesota Vikings here. And tonight, he does battle inside Hell in a Cell in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This is just the second time in the history of SummerSlam we have had a Hell in a Cell match. Back in 2008, The Undertaker and Edge did battle inside Hell in a Cell. Speaking of The Undertaker, twice in his career, Wade, he was locked inside this structure with that man Brock Lesnar. And both times, the Beast Brock Lesnar defeated the Phenom, and the structure was known as the Devil's Playground.
Well, this matchup is all about pain.
Definitely,
You
the
mentioned
Beast
several of
is
the
here.
accolades of Brock Lesnar. We know all about his WWE career, his UFC Heavyweight Championship. Brock Lesnar's life can be defined by the endurance of pain, and he is right at home inside Hell in a Cell.
So disqualifications don't count out. You win via pinfall or submission.
The following contest is a Hell in a Cell match. Introducing first, from Lagos, Nigeria, weighing in at 302 pounds, the 2026 King of the Ring, Oba Femi!
Call him out, Nick. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Paul. Introducing the Beast of the Proctagon, weighing 303 pounds, fighting out of the University of Minnesota. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. There are no rules. You win via pinfall or submission. You can use the Hell in a Cell as a weapon. Again, for the first time in his career, Oba Femi will be locked inside this structure. We talked about pressure. We talked about nerves. Can Oba Femi harness that tonight, Wade, and somehow pull out this win over the Beast?
He needs to channel those nerves and somehow turn them into adrenaline, because acid dread is now kicking in the body of Oba Femi. There's nothing you can do in the Performance Center in Orlando that prepares you for this. There are no trial runs for Hell in a Cell. You just have to experience it.
And I have to agree with you there. It will never
In the
get
Royal
old.
Rumble this year, Brock Lesnar eliminated Oba. Oba would beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania. Brock would return and clash in Italy to beat Oba Femi. The rubber match of sorts here tonight. Lesnar, Femi, locked inside Hell in a Cell. Senior official Chad Patton is only there for a pinfall count and perhaps a tap out. Paul Heyman staring through us here at the announce table. You have to wonder what's going through his mind if his gravy train, Brock Lesnar, is defeated tonight by Oba Femi.
I'll be very careful with your words, Mr. Cole.
Here we go. And Femi
Right after Lesnar beats him in the center of the ring, and he may have stunned Brock with that uppercut, and now the body shot, and the shoulders to the midsection, and Femi exploding here in the early going of the matchup.
Got just two juggernauts colliding right from the off, and one of these two shortly is going to find out they're not quite as unstoppable as they thought they were.
It took a 7 and 5 for Lesnar to beat Omar Femi at Clash in Italy. Number 1, German suplex. Number 2, Omar Femi taking a trip to where, Wayne?
Suplex City.
Number 3 by Lesnar. Oh, and Omar Backstone back up to his feet after 3 Germans, and Brock Lesnar knocked out of the ring with the force of the ruler.
Oh my God! Nobody has bounced up from Suplex City
Yeah,
like that and
bring
just
that
dropped it off.
Keep the voice.
And now Femi bringing the attack to Lesnar.
Mate.
He understands he's got to be aggressive early. He can't sit back. He's got to take the fight to Brock.
God, you give Brock Lesnar an inch, he takes
Run the
a
camera,
million
man.
miles. You have to fight tooth and nail. You're just getting foothold in the early going.
And now Femi driven right into the step shoulder first by Lesnar.
The mass of humanity these two share, it is ridiculous. Up close and personal, it's like nothing else.
Brock Lesnar has been playing a number of mind games with Femi in recent weeks.
I don't think these two are the same species as the rest of us, Cole.
Yeah, indeed, it's Lesnar now. Going for a suplex over Femi, blocking, and he's going to turn it into one of his own.
Ow.
Brock Lesnar has talked a lot about the importance of the late great Hall of Famer, Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig from right here in Minnesota, what Mr. Perfect meant to the early career of Brock Lesnar. As Lesnar now showed your first into the steel steps. Lesnar was bred for this business. Tremendous amateur wrestler, first on the scene, youngest WWE champion in history. And Brock Femi, he's just been doing this for 4 years.
Oh, table time.
We know Brock Lesnar is the ultimate global combat athlete, perhaps the greatest of all time, and will never be replicated. But if anyone's going to come close, Omar Femi has the tool.
And Femi, understanding the importance of using weapons in this environment, sets up the table. Lesnar, shoulder first into the table. And Omar Femi is dominating right now. And I'm a bit shocked early on in what is taking place here.
We'll take another look at the extreme levels of physicality right off the bat. And Omar's done exactly what he had to do here. He's had to use his youthful exuberance, his power, his explosivity to completely swamp Brock and not let Brock use any veteran tactics to overwhelm him.
Was Brock expecting this early onslaught?
No, he was expecting the nerves to overcome Omar Femi. You saw how long Brock took to come out here. He was letting Omar stand in the ring.
Ow!
Ow.
Femi, and Lesnar again with another face and Femi's down.
This is about the most treacherous environment a human being can find themselves in.
Lesnar stalking his opponent again, looking to hit Femi for a third time with this massive stair steps. That's what he said, Femi.
Both men devastated already in this one. There really are no escape routes, no shortcuts, no excuses, and nowhere to hide from a flying steel steps coming directly at your forehead.
Now Lesnar will deliver the fourth German suplex of this match to Omar Femi. You might notice, I'm not sure if we get a shot of the right side of Lesnar, but the welts have begun to form on Lesnar. The steps to the table. Lesnar's gone through a tremendous amount of punishment. The back as well of Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, the welts on the skin are a tell, but the real damage is deeper beneath the surface. The internal damage to the muscles, the internal organs, the skeletal frame. That's what these guys are having to fight through, and guess what? It's not going to get any easier.
A fifth German suplex, and after each one, Omar Femi writhing in a bit more pain. A true test for the ruler, the king of the ring tonight. Lesnar now focusing on the back of Femi. That steel chair echoing through the stadium.
Treachery everywhere you look inside. Hell in a Cell, and the referee has the easiest job of all.
Again. destruction on the mind of Lesnar.
So few rules right here. Do you want to give up? Can they count 3? That's about it for the referee.
Lesnar was so shocked at the loss to WrestleMania, we thought he had called it a career, only to return and beat Femi at Clash in Italy. And now Brock looking to beat Ola, and after the face, made his own, held in a sink. Suplex delivered by Brock.
So Ola Femi is going to learn a lot about himself right now, just as we are all learning about Ola Femi every time he's on TV. Ola has never been in a position to have to endure this level of pain. We don't know how he's going to react. He doesn't know how he's going to react. But we do know how Brock reacts in that second. And it's better than anyone else in history, and he's showing us that now.
Ola Femi, this time under the steel chairs. And he's run inside the ring with a beast, with a 10-time world champion, a 2-time world leader, a king of the ring, a man who beat the Rock at SummerSlam in 2002 to win the WWE title, beat Cena in 2014 to win a world title.
Brock doesn't just want to right at home inside there.
And Lesnar now with Femi on his shoulders, and Brock looking for his number for an F5 over Femi, able to counter, now up and down goes Lesnar.
Just seriously huge amounts of humanity being thrown around by both men like they are kids' toys. Make no mistake, most of us cannot even lift Ola Femi or Brock Lesnar off their feet.
Sorry.
And Ola now trying to fight back in this matchup. Femi to his feet, Brock to his feet as well. Ola Femi meets him with a body shot, and another one by Femi.
Yeah, that was a wild swing by Brock, and it was easily blocked by Oba. And Brock may be hurt in a big way here. His endurance might be damaged.
And Ola Femi now, uppercut after uppercut. And Femi lifted off his feet by Lesnar. Lesnar picked it out of the air. Femi realizes he's in trouble. Brock could not get off the F5. And now Femi again, cracking Lesnar. The power of Femi.
And the speed to go back on the attack and not cover.
And he's tossing Lesnar across the ring. And Femi closing in on a massive win. They'll cement his legacy tonight.
It is absolutely absurd to see human beings with this level of strength.
Ola Femi now, lifting Brock Lesnar up onto his shoulders. Femi's got him in position. Full sideways. Femi on the bed. The cover. Brock kicked down.
This is just Ola Femi throwing everything he's got. The weight of the beast.
Brock just sat up and looked Ola Femi in the eyes. And the self-doubt now maybe creeping in on Femi. And Lesnar with Ola on his shoulders. F5. Straight back home. Lesnar with a second F5.
That's not any good, but still getting up.
The beast with Ola up again. And Brock with a third F5. Cover by Lesnar. Ola Star got the shoulder up, and now Del Baby creeping into the mind of the beast.
Well, at this point in the match, a kick out and laughter after a full Brock grace, and then a kick out after 3 F5s. Both men's psyches are completely shattered, and all bets are off.
And Brock is back to his feet.
He's back to his feet, but this is entirely new territory for the veteran Brock Lesnar.
As if Brock isn't dangerous enough to arm himself with a steel chair, bending it over the body of Femi.
Ridiculous amounts of violence were not enough to finish the job. What do? You turn up the dial even further. Brock Lesnar knows that better than anyone.
Brock is ripping the canvas apart. Brock
Lesnar ripping the canvas apart.
There's a tactic in play here. I'm not sure what it is.
And now trying to rip into that protective covering. Oh, and there are the boards. There are the wooden boards that make up the ring. Lesnar is exposing the boards, ripping off that protective covering.
I think so.
I mean, that's a thin layer of padding over those walls, but what it does is spread out the impact of a landing that helps reduce injuries. That's gone, that's out the way, and this is a targeted attack by Brock Lesnar.
And Brock looking to use the exposed boards. Oh my goodness! Brock Lesnar! Lesnar! Do you realize what we just witnessed? Oh, the countdown! Oh, the countdown! Oh, the countdown! Oh, the tombstone!
Overcoming is not a human being.
How the hell is Benny standing? Lesnar looks like he's seen a ghost. Benny just knocked the chair out of Lesnar's head. Oh, Benny! Oh, for Christ! Here's the cover. Oh, Benny! Slash the face. Here is well, Wade, if this is the last time we've seen Brock Lesnar in a WWE ring, what a memory he has left us with. And what a memory Oma Femi has given us tonight.
I don't even know what I've just witnessed.
Well, like the entirety of this audience, I'm lost for words after what we just saw. That was Brock Lesnar laughing in the face of Overfemi after a fall from grace and responding with 3 F5s in a row to finish off Overfemi, but Overfemi just kept bouncing up one after the other. This is when Brock Lesnar brought out the ace in the hole, exposing those wooden boards underneath the ring after some thin layer of padding was removed, maximizing the damage, and then going old school into his past, drilling under Femi, head first, right, with that tombstone pile driver.
But Wade, Femi did the unthinkable. He kicked out of the tombstone, and then he would literally punch the chair out of the hands of Lesnar.
Which would have shattered a normal man's hand in an instant, but this is not a normal man. One more fall from grace, and we have a generational changing of the guard inside Hell in a Cell.
An amazing performance by Femi here tonight.
Same, I really did.
Femi, the ruler. Femi, the king. Femi, the face slayer, has cemented his legacy. The next big thing is here.
Minnesota, and the whole wide world watching this shit tonight. Come here, Oma. Now here's the future of WWE. Come here, Oma. Congratulations. This is the future, ladies and gentlemen. This is the past. This is the future.
A true passing of the torch moment here tonight. We never thought that we'd ever see another Brock Lesnar again. You are maybe looking in the mirror, but that man's name is not Brock Lesnar. That man who is the future
It's over Febby.
is named Oma Febby.
So, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, very well said. So, ladies and gentlemen, that does bring this live stream to a close tonight. But we will see you again later on at 9 PM to go again for SummerSlam Night 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, all is left to say from the Essential Wrestling News family is good night, God bless, and we will see you again soon at 9 PM. And same to you. Good night all.